Chapter 2649. Only a few heads of the ancient sects knew about this secret. The rest of the sects didn't know about it. This also allowed the Five Elements sect to luckily escape the calamity of that year and preserve their strength. And that's for the best. The Xianqian ancestor nodded and said, "How's your disciple Zhang Naipeo's chrysanthemum arts? What level is he at?" "He's at the 2nd level now. He hasn't reached perfection yet." Pure Yang said. "Only the 2nd level, we need to hurry. He'll be one of the most important chess pieces." The Xianqian ancestor said. "Don't worry, Elder Xianqian. Zhang Naipeo's training speed is very fast, and this plan isn't just your sect's. We, the Everyday and Everyday sect, have been waiting for this moment for a long time." In order to return to the Archean plane, Pure Yang could only bow and kneel before the Five Elements sect. "That's good. I'll hang up first if there's nothing else. Don't mention Yushu to anyone," the Xianqian ancestor said. "Okay." Pure Yang Tianzuan hung up the phone. This time, he believed Zhong Pingliang's words. However, he was also cursing Pingliang's bad luck. He could have used the centipede to bite anyone, but he had to bite Yushu, a fire inheritor. Although the Xianqian ancestor didn't say it clearly, Pure Yang Sky Master had already guessed it. Returning to the previous room, Pure Yang knew the whole story, but he was still very unhappy with Zhong Pingliang. He couldn't be angry at Zhong Pingliang because Zhang Naipeo was here. If it were any other disciple, even if they weren't killed by Pure Yang to vent their anger, they would have been chased off the mountain a long time ago. But since it involved Zhang Naipeo, Pure Yang could only endure it for now. He tolerated Zhang Naipeo not only because he was his beloved disciple, but also because he practiced the chrysanthemum arts. It would be an important part of the future plan, so Pure Yang tolerated Zhong Pingliang again and again. "Alright. Zhong Pingliang, I've figured it out, and I believe what you said." Pure Yang didn't blame Zhong Pingliang anymore, but waved his hand and said, "However, I don't have any good way for you to go back and take revenge for now." "It's fine, I'm not in a hurry." "Thank you for your trust, Master." Pingliang breathed out in relief, not daring to ask for more. After all, he had already lost 3 treasures. Yes, according to the rules of the Everyday and Everyday sect, outer disciples can choose a place to live in the back mountain. Here, you and Gao Xiaofu can stay here for now, and Naipeo will bring you guys to choose a place. You guys can train here for now, and I'll come find you when I have a better idea. Pure Yang couldn't be bothered with Pingliang any longer, and sent him to the back mountain. Letting him go to the back mountain to train on his own wouldn't make Naipeo feel bad. Out of sight, out of mind. However, Zhong Pingliang didn't know what Master Chunyang was thinking. He quickly thanked him. "Thank you, Master. I'll stay here and cultivate then." Pingliang didn't dare go back to school for a while. He'd boasted before, but he didn't have the guts to challenge them. Wasn't he just a coward and a son of a bitch? Pingliang would definitely be cursed at when he got back. As a result, he decided to wait for the matter to die down first. "Liang bro, what do you think of these houses?" Naipeo brought Pingliang and Xiaofu to the back mountain. He said apologetically. "The ones with nice views are all taken by the more experienced outer disciples. You're a latecomer, Liang bro. I can use my authority to find you a good place, but that'll have to wait until after the new year when the resources are redistributed. You'll have to make do with it for the next 2 months, it's fine." Pingliang said with a wave of his hand. "I think this place is fine. It's quiet, and no one's bothering us. The outer disciples wake up early to train in those crowded places, especially the physical practitioners. They're always making noises all day, disturbing my sleep." "That's true." Naipeo nodded. "My house is in the inner sect. If it weren't for the sect rules, you guys could live with me, Liang bro." My place is really big, and I can't use it all by myself. Haha, pow, I'm very happy that you're willing. Pinliang patted Naipeo on the shoulder. The best decision I've ever made in my life was taking you in as my follower. I can see that if it weren't for you, Master wouldn't even care about me, let alone give me the mystic treasure to fight Lin Yi. I even broke the mystic treasure, and he didn't even blame me for it. It's all because of you. Naipeo said with a smile. Naipeo's eyes lit up. Liang bro, don't say that. When I was in trouble, it was you who helped me out, Liang bro. My family would have been dead a long time ago, and I wouldn't be able to train here in peace. Naipeo shook his head. Liang bro, just stay here for now. When the time comes, I'll see if I can get you another mystic treasure so you can go back and teach Lin Yi a lesson. Alright, there's no rush. I'm very happy that you're willing. Pinliang was overjoyed. Donghai Industry University. Pinliang and Gao Xiaofu were nowhere to be seen even after school ended. The two had disappeared just like that, and the challenge had turned into a farce. What confused Lin Yi, however, was that Pinliang clearly had a trump card, so why did he give up on the challenge all of a sudden? Could it be that his spirit beast was broken? Or could it be that it could only be used once and wouldn't work after that? Of course, Lin Yi never would have thought that Pinliang's spirit beast would turn into a dried centipede, poisoned by Yushu's fire. Shield bro, Pinliang really didn't come. Yushu's leg had healed completely, and there were no side effects. She was just as confused as Lin Yi was, however, as to why Pinliang didn't come, and why was there no news from him at all. I'm not sure, who knows what he's doing. But he's the one who stood me up, so it's not my fault. Lin Yi shook his head, started the car, and drove towards the Shuashang district. What Lin Yi didn't expect was that there was someone standing in front of his villa, pacing back and forth. He didn't know what he was up to, but if it weren't for the familiarity of the silhouette, Lin Yi would have thought it was a thief with bad intentions. After pressing the horn twice, Lin Yi parked the car in the yard, and the person waiting at the door saw Lin Yi's car coming in and immediately followed. Udake. Lin Yi looked at the person, a little surprised. It was Udake, the one from the hidden house of the right that wanted to commit suicide, the one he met at the hidden house summit. Chapter 2650. Normally, Lin Yi wouldn't remember a minor character's name, but since Udake was Xiaoka's brother, Lin Yi naturally remembered his name. Heh heh, Mr. Lin, you remember me. Udake heard Lin Yi call out his name right away and was happy. It saved him the trouble of introducing himself. Of course, but why are you here? Lin Yi was curious why Udake was here. Could it be that Yu Panhu found out that Han Jingjing's tablet was a new one, and there were only notes in it? Did he send Udake here to continue exchanging Han Jingjing's notes? Mr. Lin, you saved me at the Hidden House Summit, I said I would repay you. Udake said solemnly, I've been looking for a chance to find you, Mr. Lin, but I haven't had the chance. You know that I can't leave easily while I'm in the Hidden House. Oh, it doesn't matter. I saved you at the right time, and because of my relationship with your sister, I'll naturally help you. Lin Yi said, let's not talk at the door. Let's talk inside. Okay. Udake nodded and entered the villa with Lin Yi, Meng Yao, and Yushu. Han Jingjing and Han Xiaoqiao went back to their own villa. After entering the living room, Udake acted a little restrained and respectful towards Lin Yi. He stood there, not daring to sit down. Sit. Lin Yi didn't expect Udake to be so nervous. He couldn't help but smile. I'm very close with your sister, you don't have to be so polite. Lin Yi didn't act too close to Udake at the Hidden House Summit because he didn't want people to see it. This time, however, Lin Yi's attitude was much better. Of course, this was also because Lin Yi and Xiaoka's relationship had gotten closer after what happened at the practitioner's market. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Udake rubbed his hands and sat on the sofa. Meng Yao poured a glass of water for Udake. Lin Yi, this is. Who's his sister? Oh, I didn't tell you. This is Udake, Yu Xiaoka's brother, but they were separated when they were young. Lin Yi introduced. Currently, Udake is a guest of the Hidden House Yu. When I first met him, it was at the Hidden Family Summit. Ah. You're Xiaoka's brother. Yushu realized. Then why did he say you saved him? What's going on? You're both Mr. Lin's wives, right? I'll explain it myself, it's like this. Udake didn't wait for Lin Yi to speak before explaining the situation to Meng Yao and Yushu. Meng Yao was a little shy when Dake called her Mrs. Lin Yi, but she didn't refute it. Yushu accepted the title without hesitation. Yushu was furious after listening to Dake's story. This hidden house you really is a piece of trash. You can't even bear to part with a few pills. It's fine, I'm their guest. I can only get paid if I do things for them, and if I don't, they have no obligation to give me pills. Udake smiled bitterly. Hidden House U has a lot of freelancers coming to join them, they don't need me. Oh, then you said you're here to thank Shield Bro. How are you going to thank him? Yushu asked. Shield Bro. Udake paused, but he thought that it might be Lin Yi's nickname, so he didn't mind it. He said directly, Mr. Lin, to be honest, I'm a freelancer, and I don't belong to any sections. You know that it's very difficult for freelancers to break through, and we're completely different from rich kids like you, Mr. Lin. We don't have a master to guide us, and we don't have resources. Those rich kids eat pills like candy, but we can't even get them with money. We can only figure out things we don't understand on our own, and we don't have a master to protect us when we break through, so everything is so difficult. Ugh. Wait, let me say this first, I'm also a freelancer. Lin Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. In the eyes of outsiders, he was a rich kid. What a joke, but thinking about the strength and speed Lin Yi was showing now, it was normal for people to misunderstand. In fact, Lin Yi knew that what Udake was talking about was exactly what he had been suffering all these years. Sometimes, when he saw Zhao Qibing suddenly become an Earth-class master, Lin Yi really envied him. Although relying on pills to increase strength wasn't stable, if he didn't do proper training and support, he wouldn't be a match for those practitioners who leveled up step by step. First of all, there was a huge difference in battle experience. Comparing the two, it was like comparing two people with the same weight, one was fat, the other was muscular, and the two's combat ability was like heaven and earth. So even though Zhao Qibing had a body full of strength, he was like a person who didn't turn fat into muscle. His combat ability was far from the level of an Earth-class master, but this incredible speed of training still made Lin Yi envious. Although Lin Yi had two masters, both of them didn't teach him anything about training. One taught him assassination methods and the butterfly micro-steps, which was comparable to the speed of a Sky-class master, and the other taught him medicine and helped him train his physique. But in terms of training, Lin Yi still had to find his way forward by himself. The only person who knew a little bit could guide him was Zhao Yazi, Zhao Lao, who could be considered as half a master. Moreover, he was a person with incomplete memories, and he didn't know anything. This made Lin Yi feel incomparable pain. It could be said that Lin Yi's achievement today was completely based on his own hard work. Although he was famous in front of others, and could intimidate the Sky-class masters, but how could others know the hardships he went through when he trained behind the scenes? 1 minute in front of the stage, 10 years of hard work behind the stage. Now, Lin Yi wasn't afraid to announce his identity as a freelancer because Lin Yi was gradually gaining control of the noble houses, and in the hidden noble houses, Lin Yi was also faintly dominating them. The only thing left was the ancient level. At this level, there was no meaning in pretending to have a mysterious background. Your strength was there, no use in pretending, unless you really had a master behind you who could really show up. Ah. Mr. Lin is also a freelancer. Udake looked at Lin Yi in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Haha, of course. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. It can't be. Mr. Lin is now an Earth-class master at the peak of the middle phase, and he can even kill a Sky-class master in a second. How can he be a freelancer? I always thought that Mr. Lin had a master behind him to guide him. Udake didn't think that Lin Yi was lying to him, but he was just too shocked. Chapter 2651. Let's not talk about this first. Let's continue talking about your matter. Lin Yi waved his hand. He saw that the topic was getting out of hand, so he said. Oh, okay. Udake nodded and said, I went from the lowest level of cultivator all the way to the middle stage of the Earth class. Of course, I served the Yu family and was rewarded with some medicinal pellets and treasures for cultivation, but these are only a few. If I wasn't an early-stage Earth-class master, the Yu family wouldn't have accepted me. My early-stage Earth class didn't rely on medicinal pellets, nor did I rely on bitter cultivation. I relied on another way. Another way. Lin Yi was slightly stunned. It's this thing. Udake took out a small antique box from his pocket and carefully opened it. He took out a small white stone and handed it to Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, please take a look. Oh. White energy stone. Lin Yi took the thing that Udake handed over and was slightly stunned. Because the thing in Udake's hand was the same thing as the treasure that he and Sun Jingyi found in the Woolenhate mountain range. Oh. Mr. Lin knows this thing. Udake was stunned, but then he suddenly said, no wonder. Mr. Lin should have this thing too. Otherwise, Mr. Lin's cultivation speed can't be so fast. No, I have a friend who has one, but it has been used up. Lin Yi said, your piece should have been used up too, right? The treasure you gave me is this. Lin Yi couldn't feel the chi fluctuations in this energy stone, so it should be the same as Sun Jingyi's. The energy inside was used up. What puzzled Lin Yi was why Udake gave him this thing. That's not it. This piece of mine has been used, but I know a place where there should be some unused energy stones. Udake said. Oh. There's actually a place that produces this kind of energy stone. Lin Yi's heart stirred. Although this energy stone wasn't very useful to Lin Yi for the time being, it wasn't very useful to him. However, for other cultivators, it should be of some use. At the very least, they could sell it for a high price and exchange it for some good items. Therefore, Lin Yi was still very interested. Yes, all those years ago, I obtained this small box in a cave, and there was an energy stone within the box. At the same time, there is also a treasure map. The location marked on the treasure map is said to have a lot of energy stones. Udake said, but I went there once, but I couldn't find it. That place is too big, and it's a boundless desert. I can't confirm the coordinates and location of the treasure map. So that's how it is. Lin Yi nodded. This is the treasure map you said you were going to give me. That's right, I know that this treasure map is somewhat illusory. If I can't find it, it's equivalent to a piece of waste paper, but it's the most important and precious thing I can take out. This is the only way. Udake spread his hands helplessly and smiled bitterly. This is also the only way I can repay you for saving my life. Hee, if that's the case, then it would be impolite of me to refuse. Lin Yi smiled and took the map that Udake handed over. He glanced at it and found that this map was very similar to the map in Sun Jingyi's hands. He didn't expect that these cultivators liked to draw on clear maps. They didn't mark the specific location and just drew a diagram. Then, he pointed out the location of the treasure on it. It's so simple. Yeah. Udake nodded and sighed. When I was looking for this map, I spent a lot of effort. I compared it with the satellite map on the internet. I analyzed it for half a year before I came to a specific conclusion. It's just that after I went there, I found that it was an endless desert. In the desert, there are no landmarks to speak of. I can't determine the location on this treasure map at all. Unless I can fly high enough to see the whole picture of the desert, but the helicopter I took won't work. I compared the coordinates of the online map and used the satellite positioning system, but I didn't find anything. This map should be more than 1,000 years ago. Even the overall shape of the desert has changed greatly, so I'm not sure if the new coordinates that I've determined are the same as the previous coordinates. Even if there is an error of a few kilometers, I won't be able to find it. Lin Yi looked at the map and nodded in agreement. It was a little easier back in Woolenhate Mountains. The terrain there was still unique, and it wasn't exactly the same. There was also the highest point at the top of the mountain that could see the entire map. But the desert was different. Even if the shape of the desert was drawn, it was still difficult to determine the exact location in the boundless desert. Thanks, I'll accept this map. Lin Yi said. Where is this desert? What's it called now? It didn't matter if they could find it or not. This treasure map was a token of Yudake's sincerity, and he gave it to Lin Yi with a heart full of gratitude. Naturally, Lin Yi couldn't reject it. It was a little hard to find, but Lin Yi could go take a look when he had time. Wow, a shield bro, let me see the treasure map. Yushu took the map from Lin Yi's hands and looked at it. But in an instant, Yushu's face changed slightly before returning to normal. This place. This desert must be really hot. This desert is now called the Hakunamata Desert. It's uninhabited. It's really hot. It said that there's a volcano at the end of the desert, and the desert is already dry and hot. If Mr. Lin is interested, I can bring you there. All the treasures we find will belong to Mr. Lin. I won't take anything. Yudake said. Of course, this kind of heat is still bearable for us practitioners. Of course, when Yudake talked about the origin of the map and the location, he held back a little. But it wasn't something important. It was about Yudake, and it didn't have much to do with Lin Yi or the treasure, so he didn't go into details. We'll talk about it later. Lin Yi remembered the name of the desert. As expected, it wasn't a common place. There probably weren't many adventurers or tourists. It was a very desolate place. Okay. Yudake could tell that Lin Yi didn't seem to be very interested. He didn't say anything else and only continued. Then, he stopped here and looked at Lin Yi as if he was hesitating about something. Chapter 2652. Why? Is there anything else? Lin Yi looked at Yudake and asked, just say it, don't hesitate. It's like this. Mr. Lin, can you take me to see my sister? Although Yudake said that he didn't want to disturb his sister's life, it was different now. After going back, Yudake couldn't help but miss his sister. He even wanted to reunite with her as soon as possible. This time, he also wanted Lin Yi to take him to see his sister. That's why he hesitated. Of course, no problem. Lin Yi smiled, understanding Dake's feelings. He said that he didn't want to see it, but now that he knew about it, he'd think about it often. He wouldn't feel at ease if he didn't see it. Tomorrow morning, I've raised some money for her orphanage. I'll just send the check to her. Dake nodded. Okay, I'll send it to her tomorrow. Tomorrow. How about today? Yudake asked carefully, I can't go out for too long. I'm afraid that the hidden house you will be suspicious. If they know that I'm looking for Mr. Lin, they won't let me go easily. Today is fine too. Let's go now. Lin Yi stood up and said, Yao Yao, Shu, I'm going back to Songshan. Do you have anything to do? The weather is getting colder. Can you help us find some winter clothes? Meng Yao thought about it and asked. Okay, I'll go first. Lin Yi said and left the villa with Yudake. They got in the car and went straight to Songshan, In fact, what Lin Yi didn't know was that there was another familiar person on the way to Songshan. It was Tang Yuqi. Tang Yuqi came back from overseas to fulfill his father's wish. Tang Yuqi's father used to be from Songshan, but because his family was poor, he was adopted by a rich family. Not long after, the family moved overseas. After so many years, Tang Yuqi's grandfather, who was also Tang Yuqi's father's adoptive father, passed away. Tang Yuqi's father was not young anymore. Old people like to return to their roots. Tang Yuqi's father still had a younger brother here. If he could find him, Tang Yuqi's father planned to come back. If he couldn't find him, he wouldn't know anyone after he came back. Naturally, it would be meaningless. Of course, whether he came back or not was secondary. The main thing was that he wanted to have a family. He was adopted, so he didn't have any relatives overseas. She felt a little lonely during Chinese New Year and always dreamed that her younger brother's family could also come overseas as guests. Therefore, Tang Yuqi took it very seriously. After staying overnight in Donghai City, he rented a car and headed to Songshan. Lin Yi and Udake arrived at the Songshan orphanage together. Xiao Ken welcomed them as soon as the car entered the courtyard. He was directing the unloading of the goods in the parking lot at the entrance of the orphanage. Naturally, he was happy to see Lin Yi. Lin Yi bro. Xiao Ken ran over quickly. Are you looking for Xiaoke sis? Yes, is she here? Lin Yi asked. She is. But she should be in her dorm at this time. Just go find her. Okay, then go do what you need to do. I'll go find her. Lin Yi nodded and drove the car to the orphanage's staff dorm. Originally, Xiaoke and the dean could have designed a big house in the orphanage, but both of them rejected Fatty Lai's design when he brought them the blueprint. They wanted to make all the dorms the same size. There were more and more children in the orphanage, and they needed to hire more staff to take care of them. The orphanage was private, and all the expenses had to be borne by the dean and Xiaoke. Naturally, they wanted to save as much as they could and gave the extra room to the new staff. Lin Yi knew all the security guards in the orphanage, and he was the one who brought Udake with him. The two went up the stairs without any obstruction. My sister is still living in the orphanage. Udake didn't dare to ask along the way. He only knew that Xiaoke was in the orphanage, and that Lin Yi had raised a large sum of money for the orphanage. He didn't know that Xiaoke was in charge of the orphanage. Xiaoke and the dean are in charge of the orphanage together. The child you saw just now is called Xiao Ken. He's Xiaoke's assistant. Lin Yi explained. Your sister is working very hard. She worries about the children's livelihood every day. Don't underestimate the expenses of the orphanage. They spend money like water. Ugh. Udake paused. There was a lot of information in Lin Yi's words. He needed to digest it carefully. You're saying that my sister is in charge of the entire operation of the orphanage. And she has to run around for the orphanage's expenses. Something like that. Lin Yi nodded. Our school helped raise more than 100 million this time. I don't know how long it'll last. 100 million won't last long. Udake's eyes widened. No way. How much can these children cost? Even if there are a few hundred of them, it'll only be a few 100,000 a month at most, right? Ha. You don't know how expensive food is. If it's just food, it might be enough, but there are more than a few hundred children here. Up until the last time I talked to Xiaoke, there were more than 10,000 orphans here. Most of them were born with congenital and acquired diseases. The treatment fee for these orphans is more than 100 times the cost of food. Lin Yi sighed. He felt that Xiaoke was working very hard. The orphanage had entered an endless cycle of expansion. More and more orphans with diseases were sent here. With Xiaoka's personality, she wouldn't reject them. She could only continue to expand the orphanage. Of course, Lin Yi could treat these sick orphans himself. However, Lin Yi's time and energy were limited. Treating an orphan might take a few hours or a few months. If he stayed in the orphanage, he could save a lot of money. However, it would delay Lin Yi's training. It wasn't practical. I see. After Udake heard this, he nodded. Obviously, he was silently calculating in his heart. Tens of thousands of children, and many of them were sick. This expenditure was definitely an astronomical figure. Chapter 2653. A hidden Yu family required tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of expenses every month. Although there was money to buy alchemy materials, how many people were there in the Yu family? Not to mention this orphanage. The two of them went upstairs together. Lin Yi stopped at the door of a room and knocked on it. Who is it? Not long after, Xiaoka's tired voice came from inside. On the other hand, Udake was very excited. His whole body was trembling. Although this voice was unfamiliar, it gave him an inexplicable sense of intimacy. It made him want to immediately push the door open and walk in. Lin Yi also saw Udake's reaction, patted him on the shoulder, gave him a comforting smile, and then said, "Xiaoku, it's me." Xiaoka opened the door and frowned when she saw Lin Yi. "Why are you here?" "Xiaoka. I. Udake was so excited that he automatically ignored Xiaoka's attitude towards Lin Yi. He was so nervous that he couldn't speak. "Who are you?" Xiaoka looked strangely at the excited big brother beside Lin Yi. "You know me?" Of course I know you, you're my sister," Udake said excitedly. Although Xiaoka had grown up, she still looked the same as she did in the photo, so Udake was sure that this person in front of him was his long-lost sister. "Lin Yi, you brought a psycho." Xiaoka looked at Lin Yi with black lines on her forehead. "Just who is this person?" "Xiaoku, he's called Udake. He's your brother." Lin Yi was also embarrassed as he explained to Xiaoka. But it was no wonder, since Udake was older and could remember things from a young age. Xiaoka, on the other hand, was too young to remember anything about Udake. "Udake? My brother." Xiaoka paused for a moment before answering. He looked at Udake suspiciously. In Xiaoka's memory, she did have a brother, but she didn't remember much at that time. She didn't remember much about her brother, but she remembered the name Udake. She did not tell anyone, not even the old director of the orphanage. This also meant that Lin Yi shouldn't have found a random person to deceive her. If he really wanted to deceive her, he would have made up a name called Udake instead of Udake. "Yes, Xiaoku, you remember?" Udake asked excitedly. "No." Xiaoka shook her head, "But I remember I have a brother, but I can't remember anything related to him." "Come in first." Regardless of whether it was real or not, where did Lin Yi find it? Even Xiaoka couldn't reject him, but she was still suspicious of Dake's background. This was also a precaution against Lin Yi. Lin Yi's sudden visit at night, and he even brought someone who claimed to be her brother. Anyone would be suspicious of this. Lin Yi wanted to enter, but Xiaoka stopped him. She said calmly, "I'm sorry, Lin Yi. I want to talk to him alone." Hee. "Okay." Lin Yi didn't say much. He just nodded and stood at the door. Xiaoka was about to close the door. Although Udake felt that it wasn't good to shut Lin Yi outside, he thought that Xiaoka wanted to confirm something with him. However, he thought that Xiao wanted to confirm something with him and couldn't let an outsider be present, so he could only apologize to Lin Yi. "Mr. Lin, please wait for a moment. We'll let you in once we confirm your identity." "Okay, it's fine." Lin Yi smiled. Xiaoka saw that Udake was so respectful to Lin Yi, and she was a little annoyed. Why was her brother acting like Lin Yi's lackey? In fact, Xiaoke was 80% sure of Yudake's identity. After all, there weren't many people who knew her brother's name. After closing the door, Yudake was a little excited and restrained. He didn't know if he should stand or sit. He looked at Xiaoke's room. Other than a bed, there was only a writing desk. There was only one chair in front of the writing desk. So, Yudake either sat on the chair or the bed. There was no other place to sit. Please sit. Xiaoke took out a folding chair out of nowhere. She opened it and placed it in front of Yudake. Then, she sat on the chair in front of the writing desk and stared at Yudake. Are you really my brother? Xiaoke, I'm really your brother. Yudake nodded with certainty. I know you might have doubts, but look at this picture first. Yudake knew that thousands of words couldn't compare to a picture. Although the Photoshop technology was good, no matter how much they photoshopped, it was impossible to recreate a person's appearance when they were young. Xiaoke looked at Dake as he took out an old-fashioned pocket watch and carefully passed it to her. This kind of thing wasn't common in modern society anymore. Xiaoke quickly took it and opened it. Ha! She was a little surprised. The girl in the picture was Xiaoke herself. Xiaoke didn't have this picture, but when she was young, the dean had taken a picture of her. Every child in the orphanage would have a picture of them when they first came to the orphanage. It wasn't for anything else, but it was so that when they grew up and looked for their parents, they would have a proof of what they looked like when they were young. Xiaoke had seen her own picture before, and she looked exactly the same as the girl in the picture. The angle of the two pictures were completely different, so it shouldn't be photoshopped. Then, the only explanation was that this person in front of her was really her brother. This is you and me? Xiaoke asked after a moment of silence. Yes, this is the only picture we had when we were young. It's also the proof that I've been looking for you all these years. Yudake sighed, but because of some special reasons, I didn't dare to look for you openly. I'm sorry, no, it's not your fault. Are you really my brother? Xiaoke was confused. Although she knew that she had a brother, it was only in the depths of her memories. She didn't even have an impression of him. Now that he suddenly appeared in front of her, she couldn't accept it. Yes, if you don't believe me, there's a small red birthmark on your right foot. Yudake said, although I could remember things back then, I didn't remember much. This is all I remember. Chapter 2654. Ah. Xiaoke didn't suspect anything anymore. She did have a red birthmark on her right foot, and it was very small. Even the dean didn't notice it, and she didn't mention it to anyone else. Lin Yi didn't know about it, and this person in front of her knew about it. He must be her brother. Xiaoke had been an orphan since young, and now that she had a brother, she was both happy and nervous. She raised her head and looked at Yudake, but it wasn't easy for her to call him brother. Xiaoke, I know you still have doubts, but medical technology is so advanced now. We just need to do a DNA test to prove our relationship. If you don't believe me, we can do it tomorrow, Yudake said nervously. Bro. Xiaoke couldn't hold back the excitement in her heart after hearing Dake's words. The word bro came out of her mouth, and her tears fell down. Although she had the old dean's care and the orphanage's children's company, the loneliness of not having a family was especially obvious during the holidays. Xiaoke didn't think that she would finally have a big brother, sister. Yudake heard Xiaoke call him and was extremely excited. You believe me. Actually, I believed you from the start. Xiaoke sighed. It's just that it was too sudden, and I couldn't accept it. Now that I've calmed down, I'm very happy. Yes, I'm very happy too. Yudake nodded heavily. Tell me about my childhood. Yu Xiao laughed. What about our parents? When we were young. Our parents. Yudake was silent. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. What's wrong? Xiaoka asked curiously after seeing Dake's expression. There are some things that I don't want you to know. I can bear it myself, and I don't want to burden you. Dake sighed. I've heard from Mr. Lin that you've shouldered too many responsibilities and burdens for the orphanage. Could it be that our parents were? Xiaoka was smart, and she'd seen many orphans who'd had their families annihilated, so it was easy for her to link it to herself. This. Dake sighed helplessly. I didn't want to say it at first, but I didn't expect you to guess it. Yes, our parents were killed by our enemies, and you and I are lucky to be alive. But my strength is not enough to take revenge, and I don't want you to live in hatred. You just need to understand these things. There's no need to know too much, okay? Xiaoka nodded. Since Dake didn't want to talk about it, she wouldn't ask. Her feelings for her parents were much weaker than Dake's, and she didn't have much of an impression of them. Her relationship with the headmaster was even deeper. Then how did you and Lin Yi meet? Xiaoka was worried about her brother's relationship with Lin Yi. She knew that Lin Yi was plotting against her, but she couldn't do anything about it. She could only accept it, and accept it. Now that her brother was with Lin Yi, and he seemed to listen to Lin Yi, Xiaoka was worried. In fact, Xiaoka was grateful to Lin Yi from the bottom of her heart. If it wasn't for him, she would have to reject all the abandoned babies from all over the country. Xiaoka understood that even if she didn't take them in, other orphanages would take them in, but how many orphanages could afford the expensive treatment? If the treatment was cheap, the parents wouldn't be so cruel as to abandon them. Xiaoka knew that it wouldn't be good for her to keep accepting Lin Yi's help. She might even be forced to do something that would betray the male thief, but she had no other choice. Sometimes, life was like this. Things wouldn't always go according to one's wishes. Xiaoka couldn't help but sigh as she thought about her future with the male thief. Dake didn't notice Xiaoka's helpless expression. He was happily talking about how he got injured at the Hidden House Summit, and how Lin Yi saved him. He was filled with gratitude towards Lin Yi. Xiaoka, Mr. Lin is a good person. It's rare to see a good person like him these days. Not only did he help me recover, he's also helping you with the orphanage. He's our savior. As the saying goes, when you receive a drop of kindness from someone, you must repay it with a fountain. So, us siblings must remember this kindness in our hearts for the rest of our lives. No matter what Mr. Lin asks of us, we must do our best. If we can do it, we must do it. Xiaoka listened to her brother's words, and her heart was in a mess. She lowered her head silently, not knowing how to answer her brother. Yes, Lin Yi saved her brother, and he supported the orphanage so much. He didn't owe her anything, but she and her brother owed him. But even so, she didn't have to repay him with her body, did she? If it were any other way, Xiaoka would nod without hesitation, but now... Looking at her brother praising Lin Yi non-stop, Xiaoka was a little annoyed. Her hatred for Lin Yi surged up once more. What was it that couldn't be said face to face? Why did she have to get her brother to be a lobbyist? Let her brother keep praising him in front of her. And then she fell for him. What made Xiaoka angry was that Lin Yi clearly liked her, but he didn't admit it. Xiaoka knew Lin Yi's personality a little. He wasn't a very warm-hearted person. Was he an idiot? Why would he keep helping the orphanage? Most of his company's profits went to the orphanage, and yet he was still helping the orphanage every day. Xiaoka really didn't believe that Lin Yi just wanted to help her. It wasn't realistic. Who? Xiaoka didn't want to listen anymore, so she raised her head and changed the topic. Brother, are you married? Me? Of course not. Dake shook his head. When I told you about the Hidden House Summit, you didn't seem to have many questions. You know about the practitioners and the hidden houses. Chapter 2655. What, you're a practitioner too? Outer sect. Oh, outer sect is good, outer sect is good. Dake let out a breath of relief, but at the same time, he was shocked. Although he was from the hidden house he was just a small follower. It wasn't realistic for him to go against the young master of the hidden house Xiao. You're saying that your orphanage offended the hidden house Xiao. It's fine, it was Lin Yi who took care of it. Not only did he compensate us with a piece of land, he also gave us a lot of money, Xiaoke sighed. Xiaoke sighed and said. As for what Dake said before, she didn't care and directly ignored it. Ah. Yes, those hidden houses are all afraid of Mr. Lin, including our hidden house we don't dare to do anything rash. But Mr. Lin really is a good person. Dake sighed. Sis, do you have a boyfriend? You're not young anymore. Xiaoke didn't know what to say. Did she have a boyfriend? She didn't think so. The male thief didn't respond to her directly, so they were just normal friends. He said that he had a girlfriend, and she didn't know if she still had a chance. So you don't have one either? But that's true, you're busy with the orphanage every day, you don't have time to date. Dake misunderstood, thinking that Xiaoke was too shy to talk about it. After all, she was a girl of her age, and it was fine if she was in university, but it was rare that she didn't have a boyfriend. Yeah. Xiaoke nodded. Dake was right, Xiaoke didn't have the time to be in a relationship, and even with the male thief, it was a coincidence that they met. She didn't push for anything. I think Mr. Lin is pretty good, why don't you try harder? Dake's eyes lit up. Mr. Lin is helping you for free, I think he might be interested in you. Lin Yi. He has a few girlfriends already, and he doesn't like me either. Xiaoke's face darkened. She had finally changed the topic, but it came back again. It doesn't matter if he has a few girlfriends, it's a normal thing in the cultivation world. I think Mr. Lin is pretty good, he's a genius, and I heard that he can kill Sky-class masters in 1 second. If you follow him, you won't lose anything. Dake's sudden decision was not the kind of unreliable thinking, but he had his own deep meaning. He had to get his revenge sooner or later, and if he failed, he might even drag his sister down with him. He wanted his sister to follow Lin Yi because he wanted her to have a strong backer. At least the hidden world was afraid of Lin Yi now, and who could say that the ancient world wouldn't act according to Lin Yi's whims? If his sister followed Lin Yi now, there would be fewer obstacles for him to get his revenge. It would be better with Lin Yi's help, but without Lin Yi's help, Dake wouldn't have any worries. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said something like this so carelessly. In the cultivation world, it was normal to have multiple wives and concubines. For example, the young master of the hidden house, Enchanting, had quite a few women, but this wasn't anything new in the hidden house. However, as a brother, Dake didn't want his sister to be someone else's concubine. It was just that this person was Lin Yi, and Dake could accept it. For his sister to have a lifetime of peace, that was why he persuaded her to follow Lin Yi. Xiaoke thought. As expected, her brother was bought over by Lin Yi somehow, and he came here to be his lobbyist. Could it be that Lin Yi wanted her to take the initiative to express her feelings? He wanted her to confess to him. Xiaoke got angrier the more she listened. It's fine if you like me, but you want me to confess to you? What was this, even asking my brother to come here? Sis, just think about it. Mr. Lin is a good person, and if you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. Dake saw that Xiaoke was silent and thought that she was moved, so he quickly added more strength. Bro. Xiaoke took a deep breath and decided to tell the truth. She wanted to make this clear to her brother. Otherwise, if her brother talked about this every time he came to see her, she would feel annoyed. Dake was startled by Xiaoke's interruption. What's wrong? Bro, actually. I have someone I like. Xiaoke gathered her courage and said. Someone you like? Dake paused and felt a little awkward. He realized that he misunderstood her meaning and messed up the matchmaking process. Luckily, Lin Yi wasn't here, so there was nothing between them. Otherwise, they wouldn't know what to do. Yes, but it's not Lin Yi. Xiaoke said. He's a very caring and attentive man. Oh. Then he is. Dake was curious. After all, this was related to his sister's marriage, so naturally, he was very attentive. Tell me. Xiaoke nodded and started talking about her story with the male thief. She'd always wanted to talk to someone, but in the orphanage, the only people she could talk to were the dean and Xiao Ken. Now that she had a brother, she couldn't wait to tell him everything that had happened in the past few years. Speaking of which, it was strange. This was an innate blood relationship. Although Udake didn't look like her at all, Xiaoke was sure that he was her brother. This feeling grew stronger the longer she stayed with Udake. So that's how it is. Udake listened to all the dangers in the tomb, Xiaoke's bravery in the execution field, and the meeting at the auction. It was a soul-stirring story. You guys haven't known each other for a long time, but so many things have happened. No wonder you like him so much. Xiaoke didn't say which tomb it was, and she didn't say it in detail, so Dake didn't connect it to Zhang Liju's tomb. He didn't connect it to Lin Yi either. He was just a follower, and his status wasn't high. Even if he heard rumors about Lin Yi, it was mostly about how Lin Yi killed Sky-class warriors instantly. He didn't know much about the details. Chapter 2656. Brother, you're being a busybody. Forget it, it's a good thing Mr. Lin wasn't here. If he was, it'd be awkward. Udake waved his hand. Brother. You're saying that it wasn't Lin Yi who asked you to tell me? Xiaoke paused, thinking that she was mistaken. No, why did Mr. Lin ask me to tell you? Udake paused as well, confused. Actually, it's like this. Xiaoke told Udake about how Lin Yi helped her time and time again, and how most of Lin Yi's company's profits were invested into the construction of the orphanage. Brother, if Lin Yi doesn't have feelings for me, I really don't know what he's after. Could it be that he just wants to help me? Udake went silent. Yeah, he wasn't a little kid who had just entered society. These years in the hidden right house, he'd seen too many exchanges of benefits. Naturally, he understood Xiaoke's concerns. Plus, he knew that Lin Yi saved him because Lin Yi wanted to plant a spy in the hidden right house. It was just that Lin Yi's strength had exploded, and he didn't need this spy anymore. No matter what, Udake was grateful to Lin Yi for saving his life, and he didn't care if it was a spy or not. But his sister was right, Lin Yi was too good to the orphanage, too good to the point that it could be described as too good. The only thing that could make Lin Yi scheme was Xiaoke's beauty. Otherwise, why would Lin Yi do it? Was it just to show his love? But there were many ways to show love. There was more than one orphanage nearby. There was one in Donghai, too. Even if it wasn't as big as Xiaoke's, he'd never heard of Lin Yi donating to the orphanage. Brother, tell me, what should I do? Xiaoke was a little lost. Actually, I should repay him with my body, but I have someone else in my heart. Even if I force myself to be with him, I can't guarantee that my body won't cheat, but I can't guarantee that my mind won't cheat. Rather than being unhappy, why not? Xiaoke was a little lost. She didn't know what to say. Then why didn't you clarify things with Mr. Lin? Udake asked. Mr. Lin should be a reasonable person, right? You won't force others against their will, right? I did, but he didn't admit it. He said he didn't like me. What else could I say? Xiaoke smiled bitterly. But, brother, do you believe it? He's only doing this to help me without asking for anything in return. Moreover, he brought you to see me. I guess this is also the reason. I guess he knows that I have someone else in my heart, so he wants to use this method to move me bit by bit so that I will take the initiative to be with him. That's all I can think of. Man, forget it. If that's the case, I'll talk to Mr. Lin later. I hope he can understand. Udake was helpless, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't want his sister to be unhappy. There were many ways to repay Lin Yi. Marrying him was one, but it wasn't the only way. Udake thought that if he could get his revenge, he'd be Lin Yi's lackey. Xiaoke heard her brother's words and nodded happily. Brother, you're the best. Originally, I wanted Mr. Lin to protect you for the rest of your life, but it seems like it won't work now. Udake lowered his voice. But it's not like there's no other way. In our family, there's a secret art passed down from generation to generation. It's in my hands, and when I bring it to you next time, your bloodline will be able to cultivate as well. At that time, you'll have to cultivate to protect yourself. Although the process will be painful, I need you to have the ability to protect yourself. Ah. Xiaoke's eyes widened. She didn't think that her family would have a secret art passed down from generation to generation. But, you must secretly cultivate this art. Before you master it, you must not show it to others, in case you get into trouble. Back then, it was because of this art that our family went through a huge change. Udake said carefully. Xiaoke, do you understand? I understand. Xiaoke nodded solemnly. Her breathing was rapid, and her heart was beating fast. She didn't think that her family's secret art would be this important. How powerful was it to be able to bring about trouble? At the same time, Xiaoke was relaxed and happy. If her strength increased by leaps and bounds, would she be able to fly together with the male thief? When she had strength, the way to repay Lin Yi would be to work for him instead of selling her body. And remember, don't tell anyone about this, not even your master. Udake solemnly said, fortunately, you've only cultivated external martial arts and not internal mental cultivation methods. Otherwise, if you had cultivated other internal mental cultivation methods, you wouldn't be able to cultivate this, Xiaoke thought that she was lucky. She just remembered why her brother said that she didn't practice spiritual arts, and that it would be better to practice physical arts. So this was the reason. In actuality, the headmaster of the orphanage had spiritual arts as well, but she didn't give it to Xiaoke to practice. She was afraid that Xiaoke's enemies would find out and come after her. After all, Xiaoke often went out and showed herself, and the chances of her being exposed was much higher than the headmaster herself. So, she only taught Xiaoke Qigong, and it was a good thing for her. Alright, we siblings have talked enough. Mr. Lin is still waiting outside. Let's hurry and let him in. Udake said. Okay. Xiaoke's mood was much better. First, she had a powerful art to practice, and second, her brother promised to tell Lin Yi about her situation. So, she didn't look as gloomy as before. Lin Yi was a gentleman. When Udake and Xiaoke were talking, he didn't eavesdrop. Instead, he stood at the end of the hallway and looked at the night view. When he heard the door open, Lin Yi turned around and walked over. Finished. Mr. Lin, sorry, it's been a bit long. You didn't wait too long, right? Udake said apologetically. It's fine. You siblings haven't seen each other for a long time. Naturally, you have a lot of things to talk about. It's already very fast. Lin Yi smiled. I was even preparing to practice on the floor. That's good. Mr. Lin, please come in. Udake made a welcoming gesture, letting Lin Yi into the room. Chapter 2657. With his relationship with Yu Xiaoke, he didn't think it was a big deal. After all, they were even closer at the market. However, Lin Yi's actions made Yu Xiaoke frown. Didn't Lin Yi think of himself as an outsider? How dare he sit on a girl's bed? Didn't he know what taboo was? This is the school's donation check. I just happened to send it over. Lin Yi passed the check to Yu Xiaoke and said, just go to the bank and transfer the money. Thank you. Lin Yi was here to deliver the check, so Yu Xiaoke didn't say much. She took the check and ignored Lin Yi's action of sitting on her bed. Her brother was going to tell him everything soon anyway, so it didn't matter. I came to give you the check. Since there's nothing else, I'm going back. You Dake, do you want to go back with me or stay here? Lin Yi asked. I'll go back with you. Yu Dake had a mission from Yu Xiaoke, and he couldn't go out for too long as he was a guest of the hidden house Yu. Okay, let's go. Xiaoke, call me anytime if there's anything. Lin Yi said to Yu Xiaoke. Okay. Because the matter was about to be resolved, Yu Xiaoke didn't treat Lin Yi coldly this time. She waved at Lin Yi for the first time. Lin Yi didn't know what was going on. He thought that Yu Xiaoke's period was over and she was back to normal. He went downstairs with Yu Dake and got in the car. Lin Yi asked, how is it? Does Xiaoke believe your identity now? Yes, I do. Yu Dake nodded and said solemnly, thank you for this, Mr. Lin. If it wasn't for Mr. Lin, we wouldn't be able to meet again. We would have been separated by life and death. Hee, that's a little too serious. I'm going to get some clothes for Yao Yao and the others. Are you coming with me? Lin Yi asked. Let's go together, Yu Dake said. It just so happens that I have something to tell Mr. Lin. Okay, then tell me. Lin Yi started the car and drove in the direction of Ocean View Bay Villa area. Mr. Lin, you saved me, let me meet my sister, and even ran around for my sister's orphanage. We will always remember your kindness. One day, we will be at your beck and call, and we will definitely repay you. Yu Dake said solemnly. There's no need for that. I told you, it's nothing. Also, Xiaoke's orphanage is a private matter between us. It has nothing to do with you, so you don't have to mind it too much. Lin Yi said nonchalantly. However, Lin Yi's words made Yu Dake's face suddenly change. As expected, Lin Yi liked Xiaoke. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a private matter. It seemed like Xiaoke's guess was right. Thinking of this, Yu Dake couldn't help but sigh. But no matter how difficult it was, he had to say it. Otherwise, he would fail Xiaoke's trust. Thinking of this, Yu Dake braced himself and said, Mr. Lin, do you like my sister? Lin Yi paused and didn't know how to answer. Before, Lin Yi really didn't like Xiaoke. He only had a good impression of her, but after Xiaoke went to the execution field, Lin Yi developed feelings for her. Also, at the market, Xiaoke was in Lin Yi's heart, so it would be a joke if he said he didn't like Xiaoke. But to say that he liked her, which identity did he have? Seeing that Lin Yi didn't answer, Yu Dake was even more convinced. He quickly continued, Mr. Lin, actually. My sister has someone she likes. If you like her, then. I know that you are our savior, but feelings can't be forced. We will repay you in other ways. Someone you like. Who is it? Lin Yi asked subconsciously. He didn't think that Xiaoke would have a change of heart so quickly. It's someone called the male thief. Yu Dake said, in my sister's heart, she has fallen deeply in love with this person, so, Cough. Lin Yi realized that he'd been too worried. Thinking about it, the male thief and Lin Yi were two different people to Xiaoke, and while Lin Yi knew about their identities, Xiaoke didn't. It seemed like she'd misunderstood him because he'd been too nice to her, and that was why she'd asked Yu Dake to be her mediator. Lin Yi didn't know what to do, but at the same time, he felt that it was funny. He wanted to use Lin Yi's identity to tease Xiaoke. If it was before, Lin Yi wouldn't do something so boring, but now that he had feelings for Xiaoke, he didn't mind joking around with her. What's wrong, Mr. Lin? Yu Dake jumped when he saw Lin Yi coughing. He thought that Lin Yi was hurt. He quickly said, Mr. Lin, I didn't mean to hurt you, I just wanted to say that it's better to get the pain over with, ha. Lin Yi laughed after he finished coughing. He looked at Udake strangely, who said I'm hurt. I just think. It's nothing. That male thief isn't as strong as me. At most, he's as strong as me. I still have a chance. Udake felt helpless when he saw how stubborn Lin Yi was, but he didn't want to push it too far. After all, Lin Yi was his savior, and it wouldn't be good if he said it again. You don't have to worry about this. I don't want you to get involved. Although you are Xiaoke's brother, we just met. Lin Yi looked at Udake. Okay. What else could Udake say? He nodded reluctantly. Since Lin Yi said so, it would be rude of him to interfere. It seemed like he could only let Lin Yi and Xiaoke solve it themselves. He reminded, Xiaoke said that if you insist, Mr. Lin, she might cheat on you even if she's with you. What? Lin Yi was shocked. She means she's cheating on me mentally. Udake added. Oh, you like male thieves, right? It's fine, I don't mind. Lin Yi nodded, actually, it's fine even if she cheats on me physically, I don't mind. Chapter 26:58. The car slowly drove into Seaview Bay, and Lin Yi stopped the car in front of House Chu's villa. He got off the car and said to Udake, wait here for me, I'll go get some clothes. Alright, Mr. Lin, go ahead. Udake said, but he was still trying to figure out what Lin Yi's words meant. What did he mean by cheating on a male thief with her body? He didn't care. Did he really not care? Did he care too much about Xiaoke to care about these things, or did he not care about Xiaoke at all and wanted to treat her as a toy? The more Udake thought about it, the more conflicted he got. He was even more conflicted than Xiaoke. If Lin Yi knew that he would be conflicted like this, Lin Yi wouldn't have teased him. Whether he cared or not, Lin Yi wouldn't make himself a cuckold. But others didn't know, but Lin Yi knew. Lin Yi and the male thief, what was the difference? Lin Yi got off the car and entered the villa. Looking at the familiar scene, Lin Yi was filled with emotions. Lin Yi went upstairs and went to Meng Yao and Yushu's room. This used to be Lin Yi's forbidden area, but Lin Yi didn't know when it started, but the two's room was open to Lin Yi, and it was like walking on flat ground. He grabbed a suitcase and started packing Meng Yao and Yushu's winter clothes into it. There were way too many clothes for the two of them, however, and he could only choose according to his taste. He went downstairs to his room after packing the clothes for Meng Yao and Yushu. Lin Yi didn't have many clothes, only a cotton leather jacket, which Faubert bought for him when he first came here. This was the first winter Lin Yi came here, and he didn't buy any clothes, so it was convenient. He opened the wardrobe, took out his cotton leather jacket, and put it on the top of the suitcase. However, when Lin Yi took out the leather jacket, he took out a tattered school uniform from the wardrobe. Lin Yi picked up the tattered school uniform with some doubts, but he had no impression of it at all. When did he throw the tattered school uniform in the closet? Why didn't they throw away this tattered uniform? Why did they leave it here? However, when Lin Yi picked up the torn school uniform and examined it carefully, he realized that this school uniform was actually a girl's school uniform. Could it be Yao Yao or Shu? But why did Yao Yao and Shu put the uniform here? Or did he put it there himself? Did he have a habit of collecting school uniforms? Lin Yi couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure out where this uniform came from. Since he couldn't remember where this uniform came from, Lin Yi didn't dare throw it away. He put it back in the wardrobe and planned to ask Yao Yao and Shu if they knew where this uniform came from. He put the uniform back, but there was a familiar smell in his hands. It came from that uniform, but Lin Yi felt that it wasn't the Miss or Shu's smell. Even if they used perfume, it wouldn't smell like this. As for Wang Xinyan, Lin Yi didn't think that he had the chance to get her uniform in high school, right? Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, didn't even wear a school uniform. She was one of the big four in school, and she didn't even wear a school uniform to school. Lin Yi shook his head. Since he couldn't think of anything right now, he decided not to think about it. He packed his things and left the villa, putting his suitcase in the trunk before getting in the car and heading back to Donghai. Dake left that night, going back to the hidden right house and exchanging contact numbers with Lin Yi. He said that he would contact him when he had time. He was very regretful that he wasn't able to help Xiaoke, but there was nothing he could do. On one side was his savior, and on the other side was his sister. He couldn't force anything. Meng Yao and Yushu weren't asleep yet. Seeing Lin Yi come back, the miss, who was watching cartoons on the sofa, walked over and took the suitcase from Lin Yi. Lin Yi, you're back. Thank you. Haha, you're welcome. Lin Yi smiled. The leather jacket on top is mine, and the rest are yours in shoes. Oh, right, there's a thing. In my closet, there's a torn girl's uniform. Is it yours? Ah. Meng Yao paused, confused. What girl's uniform? It's our Songshan's uniform, but it's torn. It seems like you purposely kept it. Lin Yi said. You kept it. Meng Yao was even more confused. She looked at Lin Yi up and down. She didn't think that Lin Yi had the hobby of collecting other people's uniforms. I don't know if it's me, I don't remember. Lin Yi said, feeling a little weirded out. It wasn't a big deal, but he wanted to get to the bottom of it and get to the bottom of it. Then. Meng Yao was about to say something when she raised her head to see Yushu standing behind Lin Yi, blinking at her furiously. Meng Yao froze as she thought of a possibility. Oh, I think that's my uniform. I threw it in the villa before you moved in. Yours? Lin Yi looked at Meng Yao, suspicious. Yours. If it's torn, why didn't you throw it away? Oh, it's a uniform I like, so I kept it. Meng Yao said. You? A uniform you like? Lin Yi was even more puzzled. Since when did the miss like uniforms? And why did she keep it when it was torn? As the chairman of Pingzhan's first school, he could have as many uniforms as he wanted. Why would she keep a torn uniform? Oh, Shield Bro, what's up with you today? Why are you so fixated on a uniform? What's there to be surprised about? Yushu came out to mess things up. Oh, Shu knows. Is Shield Bro trying to use the school uniform to do some flirting with to find out who he's fantasizing about? Pfft. Lin Yi's face reddened at Yushu's words. He remembered how Yushu had caught him in the act when he first came to the villa. He coughed twice, realizing that he was being a little weird today. What was he doing with a torn uniform? Chapter 26:59. However, the forgetfulness herb was targeted at those in Snowy Valley. Since they came to Snowy Valley, they wouldn't be able to come into contact with the things of the past, so there wouldn't be this problem. However, it wasn't the same for Lin Yi. Lin Yi was still living in the same place, but Tang Yun wasn't there anymore, so his memories would often be messed up. It's fine, I was just asking. Lin Yi shook his head and didn't dwell on this topic. Meng Yao and Yushu let out a sigh of relief, afraid that Lin Yi would think of something else. However, these few things made them more and more worried. They didn't know if Lin Yi would come into contact with more things related to Tang Yun. If so, what would they do then? They didn't know how Tang Yun was doing. Meng Yao and Yushu missed her very much, but they knew that Tang Yun couldn't call them easily, and they couldn't go to Snowy Valley to visit Tang Yun, so they couldn't tell Lin Yi. The two of them went upstairs, both a little worried. Shu, your idea isn't working. Didn't you say that if you found a big wife for Lin Yi, he wouldn't miss Tang Yun anymore? Now that he's found a big wife, he still misses her. Meng Yao said helplessly, if I knew that, I wouldn't have found one for him. Ah. Oh. Ugh. It must be because Xinyan sis hasn't agreed to be the big wife yet. It'll be fine after she agrees. Yushu said, Yao Yao sis, are you jealous? Are you regretting it? If you knew that you would get the big wife, would you? Ahem. What does it have to do with me? I don't think Wang Xinyan is bad. Meng Yao shook her head. I'm just saying, Wang Xinyan can help Lin Yi. We can't let outsiders take advantage of her. Yeah, but Yao Yao sis' position as the big wife is going to be taken away. Yushu said. What big wife? Don't drag me into this. What should we do about Tang Yun first? Meng Yao ignored Yushu's question. Yao Yao sis has a guilty conscience, Yushu pouted. Yushu pouted, but seeing that Meng Yao didn't want to talk about this topic, she could only say, why don't we ask Tang Yun sis? How? Meng Yao asked. Why don't we let Kong Xiaobo and Xiaofan make a trip to Snow Valley? We can't go, but they can. Yushu suggested. Sure, let them see how Tang Yun is doing. I miss her a lot. Meng Yao's personality was like this. She used to fight with Tang Yun all the time, but now that their relationship was better, she missed Tang Yun a lot. Yeah, I'll give Kong Xiaobo a call then. Yushu said as she picked up the phone. Kong Xiaobo didn't expect that Yushu would ask him to visit Tang Yun. This was a pleasant surprise, because Xiaofan and Lu Xinwen mentioned that they wanted to visit Tang Yun when they came to the company, but Kong Xiaobo didn't know how to explain it to Lin Yi. After all, he was the vice president of the medicine company now. He couldn't just leave for a vacation for no reason, right? Even if he wanted to go for a vacation, he had to tell Lin Yi first. Plus, he just went for a vacation with Xiaofan last summer. Taking another vacation in such a short time. It wasn't realistic, so Xiaofan and Lu Xinwen's suggestion could only be put aside for now. Now that Yushu asked him to visit Tang Yun and said that she could solve the problem on Lin Yi's side, Kong Xiaobo was naturally very happy and immediately agreed. On the other hand, the reason Yushu gave to Lin Yi was very simple. Didn't she have a high fever often? She needed a kind of herb, and this herb had to be bought from a medicine merchant personally. This merchant was recommended by Wang Xinyan's father, so it was very reliable. This merchant also had a lot of wholesale herbs, so she asked Kong Xiaobo, the vice president of the medicine company, to go and buy the herbs she needed. As for the other herbs, if they were cheap, he would buy them together. Although Lin Yi was a little curious as to how Yushu knew that she needed the herb, Yushu often did unexpected things, so Lin Yi didn't find it strange. Yushu didn't say anything, so he didn't ask. It was Wang Xinyan's father who recommended it, so it shouldn't be a problem. This also involved Wang Xinyan, but after Wang Xinyan knew about it, she was willing to help. However, she was troubled because Meng Yao wanted her to be the first wife to replace Tang Yun. She really couldn't do it. Tang Yun couldn't meet Lin Yi because of the ancient sect, and she was the same. Because of Kong Mingming's identity in the Sky Elixir sect, she couldn't be with Lin Yi openly. It would also hurt Lin Yi. So, Wang Xinyan was troubled. Should she confess to Meng Yao? Should she tell Meng Yao about her difficulties? But no matter what, Kong Xiaobo brought Xiaofan and Lu Xinwen to Snowy Valley, and Kong Xiaobo went with Yushu's mission. He had a lot of questions to ask her. The happiest ones were Xiaofan and Lu Xinwen. The two were Tang Yun's childhood friends. Now that Tang Yun was gone, they missed her very much. They were very excited to be able to visit Tang Yun. Early in the morning, an overseas detective came to Songshan's police station. Because Tang Yuqi was very famous overseas, there were people in the police station who knew about Tang Yuqi's name. They had seen some cases that Tang Yuqi solved on TV, so they respected him. So when he suddenly came to Songshan's police station, everyone was surprised. They thought that he was investigating some case. However, when Tang Yuqi explained his purpose, everyone was shocked. They didn't think that the famous detective Tang Yuqi's hometown was in Songshan. He came here to look for his uncle. Tang Juqing, this name sounds familiar. I remember now. Captain Song was in charge of a case before. It's his family. The person who spoke was the new captain of the Criminal Investigation Department. He used to work under Ling Shan, and his surname was Zhang. Oh. A case happened in his family. Tang Yuqi's face changed. He asked worriedly, what happened? Tang Yuqi was a detective. He knew that a case that the Criminal Investigation Department was in charge of was not a small case. He was worried that something big had happened. Chapter 2660. I see. Tang Yuqi breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Juqing's daughter was his cousin. It was good that she was fine. Captain Zhang naturally knew the whole story of the case, but there were some details that he couldn't tell Tang Yuqi. This involved Lin Yi and Zhao Qibing, so it wasn't appropriate for him to say too much. Now, Tang Juqing has moved. I'll ask the police to help you find his new address. You can visit him. Okay, thank you. Tang Yuqi quickly said. Soon, Tang Juqing's new address was found. When his family came to move their residence, they moved to the new address, Changxiang Garden, the area developed by Fatty Lai. Tang Yuqi didn't waste any time and went to Changxiang Garden in a rented car. He knocked on Tang Juqing's door according to the house number provided by Captain Zhang. However, no one came out to open the door after a long time. Just when Tang Juqing thought that the person in the house had left and was about to wait outside, he knocked on the neighbor's door. Who are you looking for? An old man came out from the room next door and looked at Tang Yuqi cautiously. Hello, old man, is this Tang Juqing's house? Tang Yuqi asked with a smile. Yes, you're looking for him. The old man didn't let his guard down and was ready to ring the alarm to call the security. Who are you? Hello, sir. My name is Tang Yuqi. I'm from overseas and I'm Tang Juqing's nephew. I just came from the police station and someone from the police station gave me my second uncle's address. Tang Yuqi introduced himself. Oh, so you're Juqing's nephew. The old man heard that Tang Yuqi got the address from the police station and sighed in relief. It's like this, you're late. Tang Juqing's family has moved away. Didn't they just move here not long ago? Tang Yuqi was confused. Tang Juqing's family had just moved here not long ago and this area was newly built. There was no reason for them to move away right after they moved here. They just moved here. But I don't know the details, but I saw Tang Juqing and his wife's family packing their luggage and left in a car. They haven't been back since, the old man said. Out of town. He never came back. Tang Yuqi suddenly felt that he was late and quickly asked. Yes, after he left. After that, there was no news of him and he never came back. The old neighbor nodded. When did they leave? Sir, do you know? Tang Yuqi quickly asked. Probably around July or August. If you want to find them, you'd better ask someone who is familiar with their family. I don't know anything else, said the old neighbor. Okay, sir, I'll have to trouble you. I'll go to the police station and ask. Tang Yuqi didn't know anyone here, so he was completely in the dark. He didn't know who Tang Juqing's family usually interacted with. He could only go to the police station and ask for more information. After leaving the Changxiang home community, Tang Yuqi returned to the police station again. He found Captain Zhang and told him about the trouble he encountered in detail. The whole family moved away. Captain Zhang was also stunned. He immediately asked the household registration police and said to Tang Yuqi, "We don't have any news here. They probably didn't move. Maybe they went to a friend or relative's house. Should be. Captain Zhang, do you know who is more familiar with my second uncle's family? Because his family just moved to this community. They aren't familiar with the neighbors. Tang Yuqi said. His family is quite familiar with our old captain, Captain Song. Why don't you ask Captain Song? Captain Zhang thought about it and suggested, the slums have been demolished, but the new community hasn't been built yet. The people who moved back haven't moved back yet. They are all renting houses outside. I don't know who is closer to their family, so it'll be difficult to find them one by one. How about this, you can ask Captain Song and see if you can get any information. Okay, then I'll trouble Captain Zhang to introduce me to them, Tang Yuqi nodded. Captain Zhang called Ling Shan and told her about Tang Yuqi's situation. He wanted to tell her over the phone, but Tang Yuqi didn't have anything to do, and Songshan wasn't too far from Donghai, so he went to Donghai personally. Ling Shan didn't show anything on the phone, only saying that she would try her best to help Tang Yuqi. But after hanging up, Ling Shan fell into deep thought. Tang Yun's training in Shuegu was a secret. Ling Shan knew about it, but she couldn't tell Tang Yuqi so easily. Even if Tang Yuqi was Tang Juqing's nephew, Tang Yun's cousin, this involved a lot of trouble, especially Lin Yi. Would Tang Yuqi's appearance involve Lin Yi? So Ling Shan was hesitating whether or not she should tell Tang Yuqi the truth. Just when Ling Shan was hesitating, Tang Yuqi came to the police station in Donghai and met Ling Shan. Ling Shan's beauty brightened Tang Yuqi's eyes. He didn't expect this policewoman to be so valiant and charming. Tang Yuqi was an authentic Chinese, and his aesthetics were also Eastern. He didn't have a girlfriend when he was overseas, and he hadn't met anyone suitable either. He didn't think that he would meet a girl in Donghai that could move him. Hello, Miss Song, I'm Tang Yuqi. Captain Zhang from Songshan's police station introduced me to you. Tang Yuqi said politely, but he didn't call Ling Shan as formal as before. He called her Miss Song. Hello, Mr. Tang. Ling Shan didn't mind how Tang Yuqi called her. She thought that he was from overseas and was used to calling young ladies that, Mr. Tang, are you looking for Tang Juqing's family? Yes, Miss Song. I heard from Captain Zhang that you have a good relationship with my second uncle's family. You were also in charge of my cousin's case. Is that true? Tang Yuqi asked. That's true, but I'm not that close with Tang Juqing's family. I was transferred to Donghai after that, and I haven't been in contact with them since, Ling Shan said. Miss Song, as far as I know, when my second uncle's family moved, you weren't in Donghai yet, right? So please think about it. My second uncle's family moved in July or August. Do you have any impression of that? Tang Yuqi was a detective, and he paid attention to the details. He wasn't trying to refute Ling Shan on purpose, but he just said it. Chapter 2661. Especially since Tang Yun going to Shuegu was a secret, without Mingyao's permission, she couldn't tell Tang Yuqi. This was beyond her job scope, and she couldn't help Tang Yuqi at all. They left in July or August, right? I didn't pay attention to that, I thought they left recently. Is that so? Tang Yuqi's sensitivity as a detective told him that Ling Shan was hiding something from him, as if she was hiding something from him. Naturally, but I can help you ask around. I have a friend who's pretty close to Tang Yun. I'll see if she knows anything. Ling Shan didn't say anything definite. She wanted to ask Mengyao first. Oh. If that's the case, can you introduce me to this friend so that we can pay a visit together? Tang Yuqi's eyes lit up after listening and he quickly asked. I'm afraid not. I can't reveal her identity before this friend agrees. Ling Shan shook her head. She's different from me. You asked Captain Zhang to help me find your uncle. It's my job, but my friend doesn't want people to disturb her. I hope you can understand, Mr. Tang. I understand. Tang Yuqi nodded. I was being too impulsive. All right, Captain Ling Shan, this is my name card. My contact number is on it. I'll stay here for now, and we'll keep in touch. If you have any news, please let me know immediately. Sure, I'll let you know when I have news. Ling Shan nodded and took Tang Yuqi's name card. It was written in a foreign language, but Tang Yuqi had written a temporary number on it. Tang Yuqi didn't say anything more. He stood up and left. From Ling Shan's tone and expression, he could tell that she was hiding something from him. It was just that he couldn't ask her about it. From what he could see, it had to do with Ling Shan's friend. If Ling Shan didn't want to talk about it, there was no point in asking. He might as well wait patiently. Ling Shan waited for Tang Yuqi to leave before calling Meng Yao. She'd had some conflicts with Meng Yao in the past, but ever since they'd worked together to help Meng Yao escape with the unconscious Lin Yi, their relationship had gotten a lot better. Sister Ling Shan. Are you looking for me? Meng Yao was a little surprised. She was in the middle of a class, and Ling Shan was calling her. She'd asked for leave from the class and answered the call. Usually, Ling Shan wouldn't call her for a chat if there was nothing going on, so the only possibility was that something was up. Yao, I do have something important to discuss with you. I can't make up my mind, so I'm asking for your opinion. Ling Shan said. Are you asking for my opinion? Meng Yao was a little taken aback. She didn't understand why Ling Shan was asking for her opinion. Ling Shan sis. Why are you asking me about your matters? I didn't make it clear. This isn't just about me, it's about Lin Yi and Tang Yun. Ling Shan quickly added. Actually, it's like this, someone's looking for Tang Yun. What's going on? Meng Yao was shocked. Who is it? It's not an enemy, it's a relative of Tang Yun's family. Don't worry, Meng Yao, it's like this. With that, Ling Shan told Meng Yao about Tang Yuqi looking for Tang Juqing's family in detail. Meng Yao couldn't help but go into deep thought after listening to Ling Shan's story. She really couldn't just tell anyone about Tang Yun. Tang Yuqi was Tang Juqing's nephew, Tang Yun's cousin, but they weren't really familiar with each other. She didn't know what kind of person he was, and she didn't know if he'd reveal this secret. Most importantly, this was hidden from Lin Yi. If Tang Yuqi found out, would he blabber to Lin Yi? If he did, then all their efforts would be wasted. With Lin Yi's personality, he'd definitely go to the Snowy Valley to find Tang Yun and stop her heartless arts. But if he really did stop her, would the Snowy Valley let Lin Yi go? With Lin Yi's current strength, while he could fight people above his level and kill Sky-class masters in one hit, he was still far from the ancient Sky-class late-phase peak. Meng Yao wouldn't let Lin Yi take the risk. Plus, it was hard to say whether Tang Yun was still the same Tang Yun from before. Would Tang Yun still have anything to do with Lin Yi after learning the heartless arts? All of these were Meng Yao's concerns. After some hesitation, Meng Yao said, Ling Shan sis, I think we should be careful about this. Although this person is Tang Yun's cousin, and he's a very close relative, we don't know what kind of person he is. I think we should observe him for a while. If he's really reliable, then it's fine to tell him, but if he's not, then it'll only make things worse. Most importantly, is this Tang Yuqi a practitioner? Does he know about practitioners? Would there be any other troubles if I told him? He's called Tang Yuqi. Tang Yuqi's name sounded a little familiar to Meng Yao after she'd finished her speech. She seemed to have heard it somewhere before. But Meng Yao couldn't remember who it was probably someone she wasn't familiar with. Maybe she'd only heard of this person's name or met him once. Meng Yao didn't want to waste any more time thinking about it. Yes, Tang Yuqi. What's wrong, Yao? Do you know him? Ling Shan paused. I don't know him, but it sounds familiar. Maybe I heard from Lin Yi that there's a disciple of the hidden house Tang called Tang Yuqi. Maybe that's why. Meng Yao said. Oh, actually, I think so too. I'm going to observe this Tang Yuqi. If this person is really a very reliable person, then I don't mind telling him something. But if this person is not reliable, then forget it. Ling Shan agreed. Also, the thing you said about him knowing practitioners is very important. I'll find a chance to test him. Alright, Ling Shan sis. You decide, but try not to affect Lin Yi. Meng Yao said. Okay, I understand. Ling Shan nodded. Don't worry, I'll act according to the situation. Chapter 2662. The hidden house U was in a small town with beautiful scenery. On top of a small hill, there were many European-style castles and manors. This was the base of the hidden house U. When these hidden houses chose their location, they would usually choose a secluded place because it was far away from the hustle and bustle, and the air was less polluted. It was convenient. This was also why the hidden house Han and house Xiao built their houses in the suburbs. The town wasn't a tourist attraction, and although the castle on the hill was beautiful, it was private property. There weren't many tourists here. Qibing and Uncle Zhu found a hotel to stay in after arriving. Uncle Zhu was confused. He didn't know what Qibing was doing here. He'd been here for a day already, and there was still no news or mission. He asked Qibing, but Qibing only smiled and didn't say anything, only telling him to wait patiently. Uncle Zhu was afraid that Qibing would suspect him, so he didn't ask anymore. He waited in the hotel room, but in the meantime, he secretly called Lin Yi. Boss, it's Second Zhu. Uncle Zhu said in a low voice. He didn't need to be on guard against Qibing. He was an Earth class early phase, and he didn't work hard to stabilize his strength. There was no way he could hear what they were talking about. Qibing's senses weren't even as good as Second Zhu's. Although Lin Yi had helped Second Zhu to level up, he had been working hard to stabilize his strength all this time. To him, it was normal to train hard for the past few decades, and it would be abnormal if he didn't do it. Lin Yi's strength was much easier to stabilize than the others, and Uncle Zhu only needed to stabilize the part of his strength that the Qi gathering pill had given him. Oh. Uncle Zhu, what's the matter? Lin Yi asked. Boss, Zhao Qibing brought me to Sky Rain Town. I don't know what he's up to, but we've been here for a whole day. I asked him, but he didn't tell me what he's up to, Uncle Zhu said. Oh. What kind of place is Rain Town? Lin Yi didn't know that the hidden house U was in Rain Town. This is the location of the hidden house U. Zhao Qibing's 1,000 kicks technique was obtained from the hidden house U, so I suspect that he's here to ask for some sort of technique again. Uncle Zhu guessed. Oh. That's where the hidden house U is. Lin Yi was a little surprised, but he didn't know what Qibing was going to do. Second Zhu, pay close attention to Qibing's movements and let me know if there's anything. Okay, boss. I'll see if he's going to come up with a new trump card. Zhu Lao Er nodded. Qibing was actually waiting for Yu Shan's call as well. It wasn't that he didn't trust Uncle Zhu, but that he didn't want anything to happen. Qibing followed Elder Yu's words and hid it from him as well. Finally, in the evening, Qibing received Yu Shan's call. Brother Yu Shan, how is it? Is there any news? Qibing saw Yu Shan's name on the phone and asked excitedly. Later, the hidden house you will be having a family dinner. After the dinner, I'll try to bring Yu Ning out. If I come out, I'll text you. You should be prepared. Is that okay? Yu Shan asked quickly. No problem, I've prepared everything. Don't worry, Yu Shan bro, I'll definitely catch Yu Ning. Tell me where to wait. Qibing patted his chest and promised. Later, I'll think of a way to get Yu Ning to come out with me. It should be near the hidden house Yu's back mountain. Just wait there, Yu Shan said. Okay, I'll go now. Qibing nodded. After hanging up, Qikuan went to knock on Uncle Zhu's door. Uncle Zhu, who had just called Lin Yi, jumped in fright. "Who is it?" "Uncle Zhu, it's me, open the door," Qibing said hurriedly. From Qibing's tone, Uncle Zhu thought that Qibing had heard the conversation between him and Lin Yi. His heart almost exploded. But he still opened the door quietly and asked carefully, "Master Bing, I was playing with my phone just now." "What's up?" "Oh, then stop playing and come with me to do something. Quick." Qibing didn't care at all what Uncle Zhu was doing. "Aw. Okay." Uncle Zhu breathed in relief and asked, "What do you need to do?" "Master Bing, I need to prepare. Catch someone." Qibing said, "Quick, no need to prepare. We'll go straight away." "Oh, okay." Uncle Zhu nodded and quickly followed Qibing out of the room. He asked as they walked, "Who are we catching?" "You'll know when we get there." Qibing waved his hand and didn't say much. Uncle Zhu had no choice but to leave with Qibing, Hidden House U. Today was the night of the Yu's family banquet. Every few days, the Hidden House would have a banquet, and all the direct descendants of House Yu would attend. Yu Shan and Yu Ning, as the younger generation of the house, were no exceptions. If it were before, Yu Shan wouldn't attend an event like this. He'd already given up, and he didn't want to have any status in the house anymore. He was a cripple anyway, so he didn't want to attend a family gathering like this. But today was different, he had a mission to complete, so he came. Yu Shaochen was a little surprised that Yu Shan was able to attend. He didn't really like him, but as the head of the house, he still nodded to him with a smile. "Yu Shan, you're finally willing to come to the family dinner today. I thought you'd only come out when there are outsiders." "Haha, uncle, I've thought it through. If I'm crippled, then so be it. I can't be a cripple anymore, but I can still do something for the house." "I can't be a cripple forever," Yu Shan said. "Oh. It's great that you can think that way," Shaochen said after a slight pause. The banquet this time was no different from the usual ones. The old master of House Yu came down the mountain as well, but he didn't say much. Even when he saw Yu Shan, he only nodded and didn't say much. The banquet ended quickly, and just when everyone was about to leave, Yu Shan spoke up, "Ning, it's rare that your brother is in such a good mood today. How about you push your brother out for a spin?" Chapter 2663. Yu Ning looked at her father, Shaochen, a little confused. Shaochen found it strange as well, but thinking about how Yu Shan's personality had changed before the meal, Shaochen couldn't reject him. He nodded, "Ning, just push your brother Yu Shan around, you two can talk. If Yu Shan walks out of the shadow, then I'll give him some housekeeping work." "Okay, father," Yu Ning nodded and pushed Yu Shan's wheelchair out of the Hidden House Yu. The old ancestor of House Yu had already left, so he didn't know about this. Shaochen didn't think much about it. Naturally, he didn't think that there would be a problem near his house. Yu Ning pushed Yu Shan out of the castle and to the manor behind the house. She didn't know what to say. She knew how Yu Shan got hurt, and although it was his own fault, at least it was caused by her brother and Lin Yi, so she still felt guilty. "Ning, I know that in your heart, you must be thinking that I hate your brother, right?" Yu Shan saw that Yu Ning wasn't talking, so he took the initiative to start a conversation. He had to talk, otherwise, how could he stall for time and let Yu Ning push him to the back of the mountain? "Aw." Yu Ning paused, not expecting Yu Shan to be so direct. But she shook her head, "No, we're all you, and we're all cousins. It's all in the past, and Yu Shan bro, coming to the banquet today proves that you've walked out of the shadow of your injury, right?" "Ah, yeah, you're right, there's a saying that goes, you can't write two U's in one stroke. Although Yu Bing and an outsider beat me into a cripple, in the end, it's my own fault. I was injured because I wasn't strong enough, so who can I blame? It's fine as long as you think it through." Yu Shan smiled. "These days, I've been thinking about a lot of things." "What are you doing?" can't you see us siblings talking about family matters? Why are you so close? Are you trying to eavesdrop? Yushan suddenly stopped talking and yelled at a servant who was taking care of the garden nearby. Ah! Young Master Yushan. I didn't eavesdrop. The servant was startled and hurriedly shook his head to show his innocence. Brother Yushan, he's just working here. I'm sure he has no intention of eavesdropping. Don't make things difficult for him. Yuning had a good heart and quickly dissuaded him. However, she did not doubt Yushan's behavior. Yushan was like this. Ever since he was crippled, his temper was not very good. He often scolded the servants and disciples in the house, so his current behavior was normal for Yuning. Aren't you going to thank Miss Yuning? Yushan snorted. Thank you, Miss Yuning, thank you. The servant said gratefully. Xiao Ning, let's go. Let's go to the back of the mountain where there's no one. We don't want the servants to eavesdrop. Yushan snorted again, then said to Yuning. Oh, okay. With the previous scene, Yuning didn't think much about it. She pushed Yushan towards the back of the mountain, the two of them chatted as they walked, and it was a very intimate conversation. Yuning thought that Yushan had really thought it through and was enlightened, so she was very happy. The harmony of House Yu was the most important thing to Yuning. If Yushan could think it through, it would be good for him to be in charge of the housekeeping. Yushan said it nicely, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. Xiao Ning, you're too naive. You believe everything I say. You'll be dumbfounded when Zhao Qibing kidnaps you later. At this moment, Zhao Qibing was already hiding in the back of the hidden House Yu's mountain. Both of them were Earth-class practitioners. It was a piece of cake for them to hide from the patrolling disciples. The hidden House Yu was only a hidden house, and the patrolling disciples were only golden-class masters. This was nothing compared to the ancient level. Zhao Qibing had already received Yushan's secret message. He was ready to kidnap Yuning at any time. When the two of them got close, Zhao Qibing ordered Uncle Zhu, you go and knock that girl out and carry her away. But remember to carry her in a certain position. Don't touch her, she's my future wife. Yes. Uncle Zhu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly replied, but in his heart, he was already so old. Naturally, he wouldn't touch her. However, he was curious about Zhao Qibing coming to the hidden House Yu's territory to kidnap someone. What was Zhao Qibing trying to do? Uncle Zhu didn't know Yuning, so naturally, he didn't know who the man and woman were. He hesitated before taking action. Master Bing, just the girl. What about the man in the wheelchair? Should we kill them or capture them together? When you go, knock the man out and just capture the girl, Zhao Qibing said. Ah. Didn't he see my face? Uncle Zhu paused and asked. It's fine. That's my spy, the young master of the hidden House Yu, Yushan. The girl is his sister, Yuning. I'm planning to make her my wife. Zhao Qibing was afraid that Uncle Zhu wouldn't be at ease, so he explained. Of course, he wasn't afraid that the news would leak since they were about to take action. This would be exposed sooner or later anyway. At that time, it would be time for Zhao Qibing to propose to the hidden House Yu. What's done is done. There's nothing to be afraid of. Ah. Yuning. But does a spy need to be knocked out? Uncle Zhu paused. This Zhao Qibing was quite daring. He even dared to kidnap the young miss of House Yu. However, he didn't think much about it. After all, he didn't know the relationship between Lin Yi and Yuning. In Uncle Zhu's impression, Lin Yi was enemies with the hidden House Yu and House Zhao. Yes, won't we expose ourselves if we don't knock them out? Alright, let's move. Zhao Qibing saw the two approaching and ordered. Yes. Uncle Zhu nodded and understood, so he quickly rushed over. When Yuning was defenseless, he knocked her out with a palm. Then, under Yushan's expressionless face, he knocked him out with a punch, then carried Yuning and turned to leave. Xiao Qibing saw that Uncle Zhu succeeded and didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly ran away with Uncle Zhu. After avoiding the patrolling disciples, they got into a car at the foot of the mountain and left the Hidden House Yu's territory as fast as lightning. Chapter 2664. Master Bing, where are we going now? Uncle Zhu asked carefully. To the hotel, but not the one from before. We can't stay in the town, we'll go to the city next door. Qibing was afraid that someone in the town would recognize Yuning and cause unnecessary trouble. He'd already checked the route and went to a 5-star hotel in the city next door. Oh. Uncle Zhu nodded, getting the gist of it. Master Bing, you're not thinking of forcing it. Wouldn't that cause conflict and war between the Hidden House Zhao and House Yu? Ha, Uncle Zhu, you're only looking at the surface, not the pros and cons in the middle. With that, Qibing told Uncle Zhu about his analysis and plans. After listening to Qibing's analysis, Uncle Zhu came to a realization: this wasn't the time to blame the young miss of House Yu. Turning a bad thing into a good thing was the right thing to do, so Qibing's words made sense. Once Yuning became his wife, everything would be fine, but could Lin Yi make use of this? Uncle Zhu decided to find a chance to inform Lin Yi about this. If Lin Yi could make use of it, that would be the best, but if not, he'd do his best. Hidden House Yu. Yushan and Yuning hadn't contacted each other for a long time, and Xiaochen was starting to panic. He called Yuning's pager, which could only be used within the range of the Hidden House Yu. Like the intercom system, it couldn't be used to communicate with the outside world. Xiaochen was afraid that Yuning would contact Lin Yi casually, so he restricted her communication. After the call connected, it showed that she wasn't in range, and the call was restricted. Xiaochen was shocked. This meant that the pager was turned off, or it had left the range of the Hidden House Yu's signal. But Yuning couldn't turn off the pager, and the pager was powered by solar energy, so it couldn't be without electricity. The only possibility was that something had happened. With that thought, Xiaochen called Yushan's pager again. Yushan's pager was connected, but no one answered. Xiaochen switched to Yushan's phone, and it was the same. No one answered, and cold sweat dripped down Xiaochen's forehead. Someone. Xiaochen roared. Patriarch. It was Rain 7. U6 had died, and he was now in charge of U6's work, becoming Yu Xiaochen's follower. Go, get someone to look for Yuning and Yushan near the family mountain range. If there's any news, report to me immediately. Xiaochen ordered. Yes, Patriarch. After Yu Qi received the order, he quickly left to look for Yuning and Yushan. Xiaochen, on the other hand, furrowed his brows, hesitating on whether or not he should tell his father about this. Xiaochen decided to wait, in case it was just a false alarm. He wouldn't want to alert his father. The elder Yu had recently touched the barrier of Sky Class early phase peak, and there was a high chance that he'd reach Sky Class mid-phase. He'd been training whenever he had time, and Xiaochen didn't want to disturb him. However, very soon, U7 sent a very bad news. They found Yushan in the back mountain of the family, but Yushan was knocked out. He was now in a coma, and Yushan was alone. There was no trace of Yuning by his side. This news made Xiaochen's heart sink. He quickly ordered U7 to increase the search area and send Yushan over as soon as possible. Xiaochen wanted to know what had happened. It wasn't long before Rain 7 brought Yushan over. Patriarch, I brought Yushan here. We didn't do anything after finding him, and we didn't wake him up even after checking if he was injured. N. Xiaochen nodded and massaged Yushan's body a few times. Yushan slowly turned around and opened his eyes, a little dazed. The next moment, he cried out, "Not good, save him. Someone's kidnapped Ning Sis." What? Xiaoqin's eyes widened as he looked at Yushan. What's going on? Where's Yuning? Who kidnapped her? Ah, uncle, hurry and save Ning's sis, someone's kidnapped her. Yushan struggled to get up from the stretcher. Calm down first, tell me slowly, what's going on? Xiaoqin frowned as he saw Yushan's rambling. Ah, it's like this. Sister Xiao Ning was pushing me around the back mountain when two people suddenly appeared. They knocked me out and kidnapped Sister Xiao Ning. Yushan said. Who? What do they look like? Which direction did they run off to? Xiaoqin frowned. Those two. One old and one young. I don't know the old one, but the young one, I think it was Lin Yi. I'm not sure, it was too fast, after all. The young one took her away, and the old one hit me, and I fainted. Yushan said, as for which direction they went, I don't know, I fainted and didn't see clearly. What? Lin Yi? Xiaoqin paused, not expecting Lin Yi to do it. In actuality, Yushan was just trying to smooth things over, to give the hidden house you the wrong direction and buy time for Zhao Qibing. He seemed to be talking about Lin Yi, but he wasn't sure if it was Lin Yi. Even if Xiaoqin found out the truth, he could just say that he didn't see clearly. I think it was Lin Yi. But I'm not sure, uncle, you know that I'm injured, and I can't move freely. I only saw it from the side, and I didn't see it clearly. Yushan said. Yu Qi, search the city. Search the entire city and send people to the highways nearby to look for Yu Ning's whereabouts. Yu Xiaoqin ordered. Yes. Yu Qi nodded. Xiaoqin regretted not giving Yu Ning a cell phone, but he couldn't do that now. Yushan had fainted for a while now, and it was a problem if he could stop Lin Yi. With the current situation, Xiaoqin didn't have the time to doubt Yushan. He quickly flew to the mountaintop. This was beyond his control and decision-making. If Yu Ning was just his daughter, he could make the decision himself, but Yu Ning's identity was special, and he had to let the old ancestor make the decision. Chapter 2665. House head is practicing, please be quiet. You heard Xiaoqin use impatient voice and jumped in fright. She quickly spoke up to stop him. Yue, something big has happened. Ning was kidnapped by Lin Yi, hurry and inform father. Xiaoqin said. Ah. Yes. Yue heard about this, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. He quickly turned around to inform the old ancestor of House Yu. At that moment, old ancestor Yu's voice sounded from within, appearing in front of Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin, what did you say? Lin Yi kidnapped Yu Ning. Is this real? Are you sure? Lin Yi broke into our hidden House Yu's castle. Father, it's like this, it's Yushan. With that, Xiaoqin quickly told the story of how Yushan wanted to go out for a walk after the meal and how Yu Ning pushed him out. He then told the story of how Yushan fainted and woke up claiming that Lin Yi kidnapped Yu Ning. Yushan said all this. Old ancestor Yu was old and experienced, and although he was panicking, he was much calmer than Xiaoqin. He could hear the illogic in the story. Why did they go to the back mountain? Why would they go to such a remote place? If Lin Yi kidnapped Yu Ning, why did he keep Yushan alive? Why didn't he kill him? Didn't they have a grudge against each other? Xiaoqin was suspicious after hearing what old ancestor Yu said. I don't know why they went to such a remote place, should I go ask? But Lin Yi didn't kill Yushan. It could be understood that he didn't want to be enemies with our hidden House Yu. After all, he likes Ning, and it wouldn't be good to kill her family. Old ancestor Yu nodded. Let's go, we'll go ask Yushan. Yes. Yu Xiaoqin and Yue quickly followed behind the old man, and the three of them went down the mountain. Yushan saw that his plan worked, and he was secretly happy, but he still acted like he was out of his wits. Yu Qi had already arranged for people to expand the search area, sending out all the hidden house use people, but there was still no news of Yuning. Yushan knew that Qibing must have left safely, that it was a success. Yushan, why did you and Yuning go to such a remote mountain? Yushan was happy when the deep voice of old ancestor Yu came from behind, scaring him so much that he almost fell out of his wheelchair. Ah, Grandpa. After this period of depression, Yushan had learned to not show his emotions on his face. After adjusting his emotions, he turned around and said in fear and trepidation, Grandpa, my sister and I were talking about resolving our grudges. At that time, there were servants walking around. I was afraid that they would overhear our family matters and gossip, so I scolded one of the servants and told him to stay away from us. However, Sister Xiaoning was kind and helped him out. She didn't let me scold him anymore. Then, she pushed me to the back of the mountain because there were fewer people there and it was more convenient to talk. Yushan pushed all the responsibility to Yuning, clearing his name of responsibility. Oh. Which servant? Old ancestor Yu asked. Ah. It's not far from the door, there's a servant making flowers, I don't know his name. Yushan paused and smiled bitterly. However, Yushan didn't know this servant, which lessened old ancestor Yu's suspicions a little. If Yushan found this witness right away, that would be a problem. Yuqi, go ask around and see if this is the case. Old ancestor Yu ordered. Yes. Rain 7 replied and quickly ran out. Not long after, she returned with a servant. This servant was the one Yushan scolded earlier, and although he was scared, he didn't dare to hide anything. He told the story, and it was exactly the same as what Yushan said. Old ancestor Yu nodded, believing Yushan's words. You're saying that Lin Yi kidnapped Yuning. Old ancestor Yu waved his hand, signaling Yuqi to take the servant away as he continued to ask Yushan. I'm not sure about that, I only vaguely saw that the person seemed to be Lin Yi, but I didn't see it clearly, so I don't know if it's him. Yushan shook his head and said uncertainly. Alright, Yuqi, push Yushan down first. Old ancestor Yu looked at Yuqi and gave him a look. Yuqi could tell that old ancestor Yu was suspicious of Yushan, and naturally, he understood that old ancestor Yu wanted him to watch over Yushan for now, so he quickly replied, yes. Then, Yuqi pushed Yushan out of the hole. Yushan, naturally, understood that there were too many suspicious points in his plan. Yu Shaochen was worried about Yuning's safety, so he didn't have time to think about it, but old ancestor Yu was different. He was a meticulous thinker, and he must have seen through the flaws in the plan. It was normal for him to be watched over now, and Yushan didn't mind. Once Xiao Qibing got what he wanted, he would have achieved his goal. Not only did he annoy Lin Yi, but House Yu was finished as well. His revenge was complete. After Yuqi left with Yushan, old ancestor Yu turned to Yu Shaochen. Shaochen, what do you think? Yushan's words are fine, but it's still suspicious, Yu Shaochen said after a deep sigh. Xiao Yu said after a sigh. There was only him, old elder Yu, and Yui left in the hall, so there was no need to hide anything. He could just say whatever he wanted to say. Not bad, Yui, give Yushu a call and ask her where Lin Yi is. Old ancestor Yu nodded and turned to Yui. Yes. Old master. Yui replied and took out his phone, dialing Yushu's number. Yushan never would have thought that old ancestor Yu had a backup plan, one that could track Lin Yi's movements at any time. But, it didn't matter even if he knew, since Xiao Qibing had already left the hidden house Yu's search range. As long as he held on and pushed Yuning down, there would be no turning back. So what if he knew that it wasn't Lin Yi? At this moment, Lin Yi, Meng Yao, Yushu, and Xinyan had just finished school. After dinner, Lin Yi and Xinyan went back to their room to practice, while Meng Yao and Yushu sat on the sofa, watching TV. Chapter 2666. Yushu's lazy demeanor turned back to her usual shrewd self. She stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Yao sis, I'm going to take a call. It's my brother. Oh. Meng Yao didn't mind. If it was Yutian, he would probably talk to Yushu for a long time. It was normal for Yushu to go to the bathroom to take the call. She didn't want to disturb her TV. Hello. Yushu came to the bathroom and picked up the phone carefully. She lowered her voice. What's the matter? Do you want to give me the antidote? It's not time yet, right? Shoo, I need to confirm something with you. Where is Lin Yi now? Yui didn't answer Yushu's question but asked directly. Lin Yi. He's at home. What's wrong? Don't tell me you want me to deal with him again. Yushu asked back. At home. Are you sure? Yui asked. Yeah, he's in the room. Do you want to talk to him? Yushu realized that she guessed wrongly. Yui's call wasn't to give her the antidote nor to deal with Lin Yi. It was just to ask about Lin Yi's whereabouts. He hasn't left before. Yui asked uncertainly. Yeah, he hasn't left. Yushu was even more confused. She didn't know what Yui wanted. Then it's fine. Yui hung up the phone. What the hell? Yushu put away her phone and walked out of the bathroom. She wondered what was wrong with Yui. Why did he make such a strange call? Ha! Shoo, you finished the call. So fast. Meng Yao was surprised to see Yushu come back so soon. Oh, my brother just said a few words and he's already busy. It's not like you don't know his job. Yushu shook her head helplessly. Oh. Meng Yao nodded and didn't think much about it. She continued watching TV. On Yui's side. He also told Yushu's words to old Yu. Are you sure that Lin Yi is at home and didn't come over? Elder Yu frowned, suspecting Yu Shan again. Yes, she didn't have to lie to me, Yui said. She didn't dare to lie to me. She was afraid that I wouldn't give her the antidote next time. That's true. Elder Yu nodded, but he didn't relax. He turned to Xiaoqun. Xiaoqun, you have Yu Panhu's number, right? Wasn't he in the same class as Lin Yi? Ask him. Did you see Lin Yi today? If Lin Yi didn't leave until school ended today, it means that he didn't do it because he didn't have enough time. Even if he rushed over after school, he wouldn't have made it in time. Alright, father, but I have Yu Xintian's number. I don't have Yu Coiling Tiger's number, but I can ask. Xiaoqun nodded and went to make the call. Over here. Old Master Yu and Yu Wan were waiting for Yu Xiaoqun's news. Yu Xiaoqun had confirmed the news as well. How is it? Old Master Yu saw Xiaoqun walk over and asked hurriedly. With his personality, he was rarely in a rush. For Yu Ning, he was a little out of control. If something really happened to Yu Ning, Elder Xuanqun's rage wasn't something the hidden house you could handle. We can confirm that it wasn't Lin Yi. Shu didn't lie, Lin Yi was at home. Yu Coiling Tiger confirmed it. Lin Yi didn't leave the classroom until school ended, Xiaoqun said. As long as it's not Lin Yi. Old Ancestor Yu let out a sigh of relief. If Lin Yi was the one who kidnapped Yu Ning, the possibility of something really happening between the two of them was too high. There was no way Old Ancestor Yu wouldn't be worried. But if it wasn't Lin Yi, it would be much worse. Old Master Yu naturally didn't think of Zhao Qibing as a factor. As far as he was concerned, someone who could kidnap Yu Ning and enter the hidden house use no man's land had to be a practitioner of mystic class and above. They kidnapped Yu Ning for money. As long as it was money, it was easy. The hidden house Yu didn't lack money. If they wanted money, they could give it. If they really wanted something, they could use that place to suppress it. These years, the name of that place wasn't as low-key as before. It had spread to all the big sects and families. As long as a practitioner had a bit of ability, they would vaguely hear of that place. Although they didn't know where it didn't affect the power of that place. Father, then what should we do now? Xiaoqin asked. On one hand, increase the search. You'll be in charge of this personally, old master Yu said. Elder Yu said, on the other hand, you Xiaoqin, you go talk to Yushan. Don't force him, and don't alert him. Try to find out if this has anything to do with him. All right. I'll go right now, Xiaoqin and Yui replied. As for the old ancestor of House Yu, although he was anxious, there was nothing he could do. He could only wait here for news. The person who kidnapped Yuning must have a purpose. It was impossible for them to kidnap her without making any noise. So now the old ancestor of House Yu could only wait. Time passed, second by second. Zhao Qibing drove to a nearby city and booked a hotel in advance. In order to hide from the eyes and ears of the people in the hotel, Uncle Zhu used a long box that was prepared in advance and put Yuning in it. Yuning was slender, and when she was put in the box, from the appearance, it looked like a large electronic organ or musical instrument. Uncle Zhu carried the box and entered the hotel with Qibing. Qibing had booked the room online, so it didn't take long for him to get the room card and go upstairs with Uncle Zhu. Qibing booked a luxurious presidential suite. As far as he was concerned, Yuning was his future wife. She wasn't the kind of girl he could just get into bed with. It was their first time, so he had to be serious. In a 5-star hotel's presidential suite, it wouldn't be a disgrace to their status. After entering the room, Qibing and Uncle Zhu breathed out in relief. Going to the hidden house Yu to kidnap someone. If the hidden house Yu found out about this, they'd be dead meat. Even if the hidden house Yu didn't do anything to Qibing out of respect for the hidden house Zhao, Uncle Zhu would definitely be in trouble. And so, Uncle Zhu's hatred towards Zhao Qibing deepened even further. From his point of view, it was no wonder that Qibing didn't tell him the truth. He would tell him when the time came and only tell him the truth when the time came. Chapter 2667. It was probably because Qibing was afraid that he wouldn't dare to go. Uncle Zhu wasn't happy about being treated as a scapegoat, but he still followed Qibing's orders and poured Yuning out of the box onto the bed in the presidential suite. Master Bing, everything is prepared according to your orders. What do you think we should do now? Uncle Zhu asked. Oh, you give this bag of powder to Yuning. I want to set up the camera. Qibing said as he took out a bag of powder from his backpack and passed it to Uncle Zhu. He then took out a camera. Oh. What powder is this? Uncle Zhu paused. This is the aphrodisiac Yaowang made for me. It's colorless and odorless, but it's very strong. Girls will be very active after taking it. Qibing didn't hide anything anymore. I want to record the whole process of sleeping with Yuning and let the old man of House Yu see that it was Yuning who took the initiative. This way, the hidden house Yu can only take the loss and marry Yuning to me for the sake of their reputation. So that's how it is. Uncle Zhu's heart skipped a beat, thinking that Qibing's idea was brilliant. This way, even if the hidden house Yu suspected something, Qibing would have the recording in his hand. If they insisted that he and Yuning were lovers, and it was Yuning who initiated it, then what could the hidden house Yu do? Even if Yuning told the truth, the hidden house Xiao would only need to publicize the video and find the other hidden houses to judge. The hidden house Yu would lose all their face. The only way was for the hidden house Yu to accept it and marry Yuning to Qibing. This way, Qibing would have the help of the hidden house Yu and become the young master of the hidden house Xiao without a doubt. But this way, Qibing would have a strong backing. Would he go against Lin Yi? With that thought, Uncle Zhu couldn't help but worry. Would he be able to ruin Qibing's plan? But his power was limited, so he could only ask Lin Yi. Let's see if Lin Yi had any ideas. Uncle Zhu took his time to prepare the medicine. Qibing had already set up the camera, and he chose a very good angle to capture both him and Yuning. However, it wasn't clear, mainly because he couldn't capture Yuning's body clearly, but he could capture Qibing's body clearly. This recording was for old Yu and Yu Shaochen to see, even though Yuning was their daughter and granddaughter. But Zhao Qibing didn't want his wife to be seen by other people, so he had to make it a little blurry. If necessary, he would find a woman who knew how to do post-processing to help him cover it up. Uncle Zhu, are you done yet? The boiling water should be enough. Hurry up and let Yuning drink it. It's not like you can burn her to death. Qibing saw that Uncle Zhu was still shaking the cup, not feeding the medicine to Yuning. He panicked. The medicine will take effect in half an hour, and Yuning is unconscious. It would probably take longer for it to act up. You should hurry up. I can't wait. Oh, okay. Uncle Zhu wanted to drag it out a little longer, but since Qibing said so, he had no choice but to pour the medicine into Yuning's mouth. Seeing Uncle Zhu pour the medicine into Yuning's mouth, Qibing nodded, all right. Stand guard at the door, I'll take a shower first. Yes, Master Bing. Uncle Zhu quickly left the room. The first thing she did when she got out of the room was take out her phone and call Lin Yi's number. Lin Yi was practicing in his room when his phone suddenly rang. Lin Yi quickly ended his practice and picked up the phone. Zhu, It was Zhu, and Lin Yi picked it up. There must be some progress on Qibing's side. Boss, I have something important to report to you. Uncle Zhu said hurriedly, on this side, Zhao Qibing has started his operation. He brought me to the hidden house Yu and captured Yuning. Now, Zhao Qibing wants to force himself on her and make it a fact so that the hidden house Yu can't say anything and marry Yuning to him. What? Lin Yi was shocked and angered by Uncle Zhu's words. Qibing took Yuning away. Lin Yi's mind went blank with a boom. Whatever Uncle Zhu said after that, Lin Yi didn't hear. Lin Yi's thoughts drifted back to that moonlit night many years ago, the Valentine's Day he spent with Yuning in the cave. Although Lin Yi's strength had been increasing these days, to the point where he had the tendency to surpass the hidden houses, Lin Yi still felt complicated about the relationship he once rejected. He didn't know how to face it. The love he once missed, could he really find it again? Lin Yi tried to avoid this question, and he didn't even answer Yu Bing directly. In fact, Lin Yi knew that it was a cowardly act. He didn't dare to face this love that he rejected before it even started. In the end, Lin Yi didn't dare to face the past. He didn't want to go back to his old life. Lin Yi's current life made him feel comfortable. However, just when Lin Yi thought that he would never have anything to do with Yuning in this life, Zhu Er's phone call changed the course of his life. This was a girl that he once had feelings for, and it was still engraved in his heart. If childhood playmates were childhood sweethearts, then Yuning was Lin Yi's true first love. 16 years old, the first awakening of love. However, Lin Yi thought that this relationship would become an eternal memory, but reality forced Lin Yi to face it again. Zhao Qibing. Did this guy eat a leopard's guts? How could he do something like this? Lin Yi understood that he didn't know about the relationship between him and Yuning. Ignorance was bliss, but the hidden house Yu's anger wasn't something that they could face, right? But suddenly, Lin Yi remembered Zhu's explanation. Zhao Qibing was a good schemer, wasn't he? He actually came up with a trick like this, forcing the hidden house Yu to suffer in silence. But one had to admit that Zhao Qibing's trick was really effective. After all, the hidden house Yu wouldn't be so shameless to expose this. Instead of a life and death struggle, it was better to sit down and talk peacefully, and let Yuning marry Zhao Qibing. Boss, if Yuning marries Zhao Qibing, then Zhao Qibing will really be the head of the hidden house Zhao. If we want to deal with him, it'll be even harder. After all, he has the hidden house Yu behind him. Chapter 2668. Uncle Zhu thought that Lin Yi was panicking because he thought of this. Should we think of a way to ruin this? We can't let Xiao Qibing get what he wants. Why don't you announce this to the public and embarrass the hidden House Yu and House Xiao? Even if Yu Ning marries Xiao Qibing in the future, the two houses would still hold grudges and wouldn't be able to cooperate with each other. Second brother Zhu, listen to me. No matter what you do, you have to stall for time. You can't let Xiao Qibing get what he wants. You can't even let him touch Yu Ning. Do you understand? Lin Yi didn't have time to explain to second brother Zhu. Ah. Okay. Although Uncle Zhu didn't understand why Lin Yi wanted him to stop, he still agreed. He guessed that it was because Lin Yi didn't want this to happen. If it was exposed and Yu Ning didn't suffer any losses, the hidden house Yu would definitely not marry the hidden house Xiao. They might even fight each other. But Uncle Zhu didn't understand. Why couldn't he even touch her? From his point of view, if Xiao Qibing took advantage of her but didn't do anything, the hidden house Yu would be even angrier. It was better than Yu Ning not suffering any losses. But this was Lin Yi's order. Uncle Zhu could only follow it. He was a little worried, but Xiao Qibing isn't an idiot. If I stall for time, what if he doesn't listen to me? If you can't stall for time, it doesn't matter if you expose yourself. Just knock Xiao Qibing out first. Lin Yi said. Ah. Uncle Zhu froze. He didn't understand what Lin Yi was thinking. Lin Yi just took him in and made him a spy in the hidden house Xiao. He didn't even have the chance to do anything before he was exposed. This wasn't in Lin Yi's interest, was it? Don't worry if you're exposed. Just follow me. I just need to spread the word and the hidden house Xiao won't dare to touch you, Lin Yi assured Uncle Zhu. I know. Uncle Zhu knew that Lin Yi was determined to do this. However, Uncle Zhu didn't have to worry about it anymore. It was a good thing to be able to follow Lin Yi at all times. So, Uncle Zhu quickly agreed. Where are you? I'll be right there. Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief after giving the order to Uncle Zhu. I'm in the presidential suite number 2909 of the Diyu Hotel in Diyu City, near Diyu Town. Uncle Zhu had already memorized the address and told Lin Yi directly. Alright, I got it. Wait for me. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he hurriedly hung up the phone, then pushed the door and walked out of the room. Meng Yao and Yushu were taken aback by Lin Yi's impatience. Lin Yi, what are you doing? Miss looked at Lin Yi strangely and asked. Yao Yao, something happened to my friend. I have to go out now. You and Shu should sleep early. I might not be back tonight, Lin Yi said hurriedly. Okay, Meng Yao saw Lin Yi's anxious look and didn't ask further. Yushu, on the other hand, was puzzled. Yushu was puzzled. Yui had just called to ask about Lin Yi's whereabouts. Lin Yi was going out. What was the connection? However, Yushu wouldn't stop Lin Yi from going out. Yui didn't order her to do so. Even if he did, she would find an excuse to avoid it. However, Yushu had a feeling that it had something to do with the hidden house Yu. She didn't know if Lin Yi could solve it. Could he resolve it? Lin Yi didn't go to the yard to drive his car. Instead, he went to the spiritual beast's living area and waved, Feng, come out. Come out and take me to Tiyu City. From here to Rain City, it would take more than 3 hours by car. Even if Lin Yi was a divine driver, he wouldn't be able to get there in such a short time. It would take at least 2 hours. In this way, there would be more unforeseen events. However, Lin Yi didn't need to drive because he had the Purple Thunderbolt Beast as his trump card. The Purple Thunderbolt Beast's speed was much faster than a car. It even surpassed the speed of most practitioners. Especially when the Purple Thunderbolt Beast's strength was upgraded by Lin Yi to the peak of the late phase of Mystic class. Its speed and stamina were even better. From Donghai City to Rain City in one breath, it was effortless. Usually, Lin Yi didn't use it because it looked too weird. Lin Yi rode it on the street. Wasn't he looking for a crowd? But today, Lin Yi couldn't care too much. Especially since it was evening, there was nothing to avoid. Roar! The purple thunderbolt beast responded and immediately ran to Lin Yi's side. Lin Yi sat directly on its body and let it gallop in the direction of Rain City. Lin Yi didn't know the specific location, but he knew the general direction. On the purple thunderbolt beast, Lin Yi used his mobile phone to open the navigation map. Then, according to the direction of the navigation, he would change the subtle route of the purple thunderbolt beast. The speed of the purple thunderbolt beast could be described as lightning. It was even faster than Lin Yi's butterfly micro steps. Although the speed of Lin Yi's Qinggong wasn't slow, it was weak in terms of endurance. It was impossible to maintain this speed all the way to Rain City. Even if Lin Yi could use the art of dragon mastery to recover his strength, his speed would be much slower than the purple thunderbolt beast. Zhao Qibing, on the other hand, was taking his time to shower. Although he was anxious, he wasn't an impatient fool. He had already started recording. Only if Yuning took the initiative would it work. If he took the initiative, then the recording would be meaningless. So he had to wait for Yuning's medicine to take effect to the point where it couldn't be controlled. So, Zhao Qibing didn't mind taking a longer bath. He looked at his 2 legs that were getting stronger and stronger. He was very proud. Although these 2 legs had been broken many times, ever since he started practicing 1,000 legs, these 2 legs had become like iron legs. He only needed 2 more times to master the first style. Zhao Qibing was looking forward to this moment. It should be known that the 1,000 legs martial skill was very strange. Although it was an internal martial skill, when used, it could achieve the effect of both internal and external cultivation. On one hand, it could create multiple legs, and on the other hand, each leg would be as hard as the external iron leg technique. It could be said that although this martial skill was difficult to practice, it would also bring many advantages to successfully practice it. Uncle Zhu had been waiting anxiously outside the room, paying attention to the movements inside the room. However, Zhao Qibing was still showering, which made Uncle Zhu feel relieved. The longer he showered, the better. This way, Uncle Zhu wouldn't have to think of ways to delay the time. Chapter 2669. Finally, Zhao Qibing finished his shower and walked out of the bathroom. He glanced at Yuning on the bed and realized that she was still unconscious. There was nothing wrong with her body, so the effect of the drug hadn't taken effect yet. But it was no wonder. Yuning was unconscious and lying on the bed, so it was reasonable that the effect of the drug was slower than normal people. Zhao Qibing was a little anxious, but he knew that he couldn't rush it. He said helplessly, "Uncle Zhu." "Master Bing, what's the matter?" Uncle Zhu was standing at the door of the inner room. He heard Zhao Qibing's call and immediately pushed the door open. "Uncle Zhu, the drug hasn't taken effect yet." "I'm fine, talk to me," Zhao Qibing said. "All right." Uncle Zhu looked at Yuning on the bed and let out a sigh of relief. He said, "Master Bing, there's a saying, a good meal isn't too late. To be safe, you should wait for the drug to take effect completely. It won't be too late then. Otherwise, even if you record it, it won't look like it's real." "I know," Zhao Qibing nodded, "that's why I called you here to talk to me." "Oh, right, Master Bing, although this is an aphrodisiac, what if Yuning resists it? You know that some strong-willed people won't give in easily. What if she keeps resisting?" Uncle Zhu was trying to scare Zhao Qibing, hoping that he could delay the plan. "So I think that after this medicine takes effect, when the effects are fully unleashed, when Yuning asks for it, you can step in." Uncle Zhu was trying to scare Zhao Qibing. "That's not a problem. You don't need to worry. Let me tell you, the Medicine King's medicine is very powerful. After taking it, the person will enter a semi-dazed state of fantasy. Everything she sees is not real, and she will temporarily enter an illusory world. She will imagine me as the man she likes. This way, she will be very natural and obedient, as if she's asking for it. There won't be any flaws. Zhao Qibing said, after it's done, even if she finds out that something is wrong, we have the video. If she insists that she took the initiative. The hidden house you can only admit defeat. I see, this drug is so powerful. Uncle Zhu exclaimed. That's right, it's pretty amazing. Don't you know who made it? Qibing said proudly. Time passed by, and Yuning's face gradually became a little ruddy. This was a sign of the effect of the potion. Now it had been half an hour since Uncle Zhu called Lin Yi. Uncle Zhu was extremely anxious. The medicine was about to take effect. Zhao Qibing wanted to raise his spear as well, but Lin Yi wasn't there yet. Left with no choice, Uncle Zhu had to do it himself. In fact, Lin Yi had already reached the vicinity of Rain City and was rushing over. The purple electric tempest beast was already very fast. Lin Yi did not stop for even a moment. Xiao Feng, come on, we're almost there. Roar roar, the purple lightning tempest beast let out a low roar of victory. Its speed actually increased a little. Lin Yi guessed that it felt that it was about to reach the destination and exploded. In the hotel room, Yuning's breathing began to quicken. She woke up from her coma. Her eyes became blurred, and her delicate face turned into a cooked crab shell. A very strange desire made her moan uncontrollably. Yuning was a little shy. She didn't know what happened to her. She remembered that she was walking and chatting with her cousin Yushan. The next moment, she didn't know anything. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in a strange place. Yuning wasn't young anymore. Naturally, she knew what this feeling meant. Sometimes, she would have wet dreams, and this feeling was similar to the one she had. Yuning's current situation made Zhao Qibing overjoyed. He took a deep breath and turned to Uncle Zhu. Uncle Zhu, I'm going to fight. Wait at the door for me. Don't let anyone in. Yes. Uncle Zhu replied nonchalantly, but in his heart, he was very anxious. Lin Yi didn't come, so he could only prepare to fight. Uncle Zhu retreated to the door and prepared to wait for Lin Yi. However, he was also paying attention to Zhao Qibing. If Zhao Qibing made a move, he would go over and knock him out. But there was still some time left. The potion in Yuning's body had just started to take effect. Before Zhao Qibing really took action, he could still delay for a few minutes. In fact, Zhao Qibing was also waiting for Yuning to take the initiative to summon him. If he wanted to put on a show, he had to go all the way. Even if he was hungry, he couldn't wait any longer. Yuning vaguely felt that someone came into the room. She turned her head and looked at Zhao Qibing. In her eyes, Zhao Qibing wasn't Zhao Qibing. He had transformed into Lin Yi. This was the effect of the potion. Seeing Lin Yi, Yuning was happy. She didn't expect to see Lin Yi here. Was she dreaming? Yuning felt that it wasn't realistic. She was still at home just a moment ago. How could she see Lin Yi in a daze? So, all of this could only be explained by a dream. It seemed that she really missed Lin Yi so much that she saw him in a dream. However, even if it was a dream, Yuning didn't want to miss this opportunity. She couldn't see Lin Yi in reality, so she could only meet Lin Yi in her dreams. Because she thought it was a dream, Yuning forgot her shyness. It wasn't the first time she had this kind of wet dream anyway. She had already done something with Lin Yi before. Come. Yuning wanted to get up and greet Lin Yi, but she felt that her body was a little heavy. So, she greeted Lin Yi. Hee, beauty, I'm here. Zhao Qibing heard Yuning take the initiative to call him. He suddenly smiled from ear to ear. This potion was really powerful. When he went back, he would praise Yao Wang. Uncle Zhu was at the door. His hand was already on the door. If Xiao Qibing really dared to touch Yuning, he would rush in. Come. Yuning saw that Lin Yi was giggling there. He didn't come over. She was a little anxious and said, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and come over, I miss you." Hee, I'm coming. Zhao Qibing couldn't resist the temptation anymore and rushed towards Yuning. Lin Yi, slow down. Yuning saw that Lin Yi was so anxious. She couldn't help but laugh, but she wasn't annoyed. She was happy for her charm. Chapter 2670. Bang! At the same time, Uncle Zhu pushed the door open and rushed in. Since Xiao Qibing was going to fight, he naturally had to make a move. Yuning's words about Lin Yi scared Xiao Qibing. He stopped in his tracks and looked left and right. What Lin Yi? Where was Lin Yi? In the next moment, Uncle Zhu burst the door open. Xiao Qibing thought that Lin Yi was really here and he fell on his butt. However, when he turned around and saw Uncle Zhu, he couldn't help but be furious. What are you doing? Why did you rush in? Are you trying to scare me to death? Uncle Zhu's heart was racing. He didn't know if he should expose himself, but he heard Yuning calling for Lin Yi. He thought of a solution. Master Bing, I heard her calling for Lin Yi and thought that Lin Yi was here. I was scared so I rushed in to protect you. You heard it too. Zhao Qibing thought that he heard it wrong because from his point of view, Yuning and Lin Yi shouldn't have any interaction. Yuning rarely went out and Lin Yi didn't have a good relationship with the hidden house Yu, so it was impossible for him to visit them. He thought that he heard it wrong but he didn't expect Uncle Zhu to hear it too. Yes. Uncle Zhu quickly nodded, that's why I thought that Lin Yi was here. He's not here. It's fine now. You can leave first. Zhao Qibing frowned and waved his hand, signaling Uncle Zhu to leave. Oh. Okay. Uncle Zhu succeeded in delaying the time and made Zhao Qibing hesitate again. He was happy that his identity wasn't exposed. Uncle Zhu left the room and continued to monitor Zhao Qibing's every move. This time, Zhao Qibing was obviously hesitant. He looked at Yuning with uncertainty. He didn't dare to move forward. What? What did you call me? Qibing asked carefully. However, the drugged Yuning couldn't hear what Qibing was saying at all. She could only vaguely feel that Qibing was a person. Her sight and hearing were all in her own imaginary world, the conversation between Qibing and Uncle Zhu. She didn't hear it either. Uncle Zhu's appearance was transformed by Yuning into a hotel waiter, so Yuning said, Lin Yi, was that a waiter from the hotel? What is he doing here? Zhao Qibing heard it clearly this time. Yuning was indeed calling Lin Yi's name. His back was a little cold, and his forehead was full of cold sweat. He was a little timid. Yes. If someone from the hidden house Yu appeared, Zhao Qibing wouldn't be so timid, but the name Lin Yi had left a shadow in his heart. He heard Yuning call Lin Yi. He knew that Lin Yi was Yuning's sweetheart. He was so scared that his legs were cramping, and he almost kneeled on the ground. That Xiao Ning, the person you like is Lin Yi. Yuning was still in her own fantasy world. Due to the effect of the aphrodisiac, Yuning's fantasy was inevitably a little ambiguous. Yuning heard Zhao Qibing version of Lin Yi, and she naturally heard it as, I asked the waiter to send condoms. Then Yuning's face turned red, and she was a little shy. There's no need for condoms, it's just a dream anyway, I won't get pregnant. Zhao Qibing's eyes widened. He didn't know what Yuning was talking about. Could it be that Yuning's fantasy was different from what he said? It must be like this. Zhao Qibing had never used this aphrodisiac before. Today was the first time he used it, so he wasn't particularly familiar with the effects of the aphrodisiac. Lin Yi. What are you doing? Come quickly, I miss you. If Yu Ning was in reality, she definitely wouldn't be able to say such bold words, but she thought she was dreaming, so she was naturally bold. Zhao Qibing looked at Yu Ning on the bed, gritted his teeth, and stomped his feet. Thinking of his future, thinking of his deep hatred with Lin Yi, he finally made a difficult decision, and that was to rush up. Anyway, the rice was cooked, so what if Lin Yi was angry? At that time, he would be married to the hidden house Yu, and Yu Ning would be his woman. What was there to be afraid of? Moreover, Yu Ning's words also reminded Zhao Qibing that if this time, Yu Ning was pregnant with his child, then Yu Ning would stand on his side. Why would he be afraid of Lin Yi? Thinking of this, Zhao Qibing decided to fight. Just as he was about to rush over, he heard a loud bang behind him. Zhao Qibing was so scared that his heart almost fell out. He turned around and saw Uncle Zhu rushing in, standing at the door. Fuck, Uncle Zhu, are you crazy? What do you want? Zhao Qibing was furious. What was wrong with Uncle Zhu today? Was he trying to scare him to death? Uncle Zhu was nervous. Why wasn't Lin Yi here yet? But it couldn't be helped. Since he had followed Lin Yi, there was no point in hesitating. He took a deep breath and decided to knock Zhao Qibing out. Just when he was about to rush over, a voice came from behind him that made him elated. I kicked him in. Lin Yi appeared at the door, and with one kick, he sent Uncle Zhu flying. He landed in the room, unconscious. Lin Yi. Zhao Qibing saw Lin Yi behind Uncle Zhu, and his legs started shaking. He didn't suspect Uncle Zhu anymore. From his point of view, it was Lin Yi who kicked Uncle Zhu in. Zhao Qibing, you've got guts. Do you know who she is? Lin Yi looked at Yu Ning, who was on the bed. Her clothes were still intact, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But seeing Yu Ning panting, he knew that the drug had taken effect. If he was one step late, it would be troublesome. At the very least, Uncle Zhu would be exposed. Isn't she Yu Ning from the hidden house Yu? Zhao Qibing stuttered, Lin Yi. You. What are you doing here? This has nothing to do with you, right? Don't you have a grudge against the hidden house Yu? Yes, but I'll tell you now, why do I have a grudge against the hidden house Yu? Lin Yi looked at Zhao Qibing and said faintly, Yu Ning was my first love, and my identity at that time wasn't good enough for her. So I have a grudge against the hidden house Yu, do you understand? Chapter 2671. Since Lin Yi was here today, naturally, he was ready to face the past and face his relationship with Yu Ning. So, Lin Yi told Qibing the truth. Qibing froze, dumbfounded. He didn't think that Lin Yi and Yu Ning had this kind of relationship. He wasn't afraid when he kidnapped Yu Ning, but now that he knew that Yu Ning was Lin Yi's woman, he was really scared. Lin Yi boss, I didn't know about this. Since she's your girl, I'm leaving, there's nothing for me to do here anymore. She drank the aphrodisiac, Lin Yi boss, you'll definitely feel good later. You're leaving just like that? Do you think that's possible? Lin Yi looked at Qibing with a smile that didn't look like a smile. Ugh. Then you can punish me. Break my legs, I'll definitely stand here and let you hit me. Qibing said. Break your legs. Oh, that works too. Lin Yi suddenly extended his leg and kicked between Qibing's legs. Bang! Ouch! Qibing screamed in pain as he flew backwards. Lin Yi. You. Where did you kick? Qibing was in so much pain that he was about to die. Your legs, didn't you tell me to break your legs? I'll break your third leg. Lin Yi said faintly. You. Qibing was furious after hearing Lin Yi's words, but he didn't dare to get angry. He could only swallow his anger. Zhu, don't play dead, I didn't kick you to death. Hurry up and get Qibing out of here. Lin Yi turned to Uncle Zhu, who was in the corner of the room. Ah. Okay. Uncle Zhu crawled up shakily and picked up Qibing in fear. He walked towards the door timidly. He hadn't been exposed yet. Naturally, he was still Qibing's lackey on the surface. Zhao Qibing couldn't stand the pain, but he was a practitioner and didn't faint. He regretted letting Lin Yi break his leg. Who would have thought that Lin Yi would break his third leg? What a cheap mouth. He was so cheap that he became a eunuch. However, although Zhao Qibing was angry, he didn't dare to show anything inappropriate on the surface. He was afraid that Lin Yi would break his other parts out of anger. Although he was happy to break his legs, what if Lin Yi didn't break his legs? So Zhao Qibing didn't dare to take the risk. He carefully fell into Uncle Zhu's arms and pretended to be dead. Uncle Zhu carried Zhao Qibing and left the hotel in a flash. But when he left, he closed the door tightly for Lin Yi. After Qibing and Uncle Zhu left, Lin Yi looked at the bed. Yu Ning, who was in the middle of the aphrodisiac, had a complicated feeling. He didn't know what to do. Should he go with the flow and accept the fact, or should he help Yu Ning get rid of the aphrodisiac? An aphrodisiac concocted by Yao Wang. Lin Yi could still get rid of it. This was the reason why Lin Yi was in a dilemma. If Lin Yi couldn't get rid of the aphrodisiac, Lin Yi could lie to himself and do it. Anyway, he would comfort himself that this aphrodisiac was incurable. If he didn't do it, Yu Ning's life would be in danger. However, Lin Yi's medical skills were superb. It wasn't a problem for him to get rid of the aphrodisiac. So Lin Yi was hesitant. He didn't know if he should advance or retreat. He looked at Yu Ning on the bed. Lin Yi fell into a trance. It was as if he had returned to that Valentine's Day night. The romantic night he spent with Yu Ning in the wild cave. At that time, Lin Yi was worried about the difference between his identity and Yu Ning's identity. Thinking that he didn't have a fixed place to live, he couldn't give the high and mighty hidden house Yu's little princess a stable life, so Lin Yi made up his mind to reject Yu Ning's confession. However, after some time, Lin Yi had the strength to look down on all the ordinary houses. He had the strength to compete with the hidden houses. At this time, the gap between him and Yu Ning was no longer a gap. So what if it was the hidden house Yu? The hidden house Han, hidden house Pai, and hidden house Zhuang had become his underlings. Even if the hidden house Yu was one of the most powerful hidden houses, but as the saying goes, 2 heads are better than 1. He had 3 underlings from the hidden houses. Adding them together, wouldn't it be enough to fight against the hidden house Yu? As he thought of all these things, Lin Yi suddenly felt much more at ease. Moreover, since Lin Yi could choose to appear here and say those words to Zhao Qibing, in fact, deep in his heart, Lin Yi had recognized Yu Ning's identity. He had reevaluated his previous relationship. Thinking of this, Lin Yi took a deep breath and decided to make the best of it. In fact, this was also the best way to ease the distance between him and Yu Ning. It was the best way to get back to the feelings they once had. Otherwise, Lin Yi really didn't know how to find an entry point after Yu Ning woke up and let their relationship return to that time. And now, Zhao Qibing had created such a good opportunity for Lin Yi. If Lin Yi missed it, it would be a little disappointing for God's arrangement. You. What did you do to Lin Yi? Just when Lin Yi decided to make the best of it and do something with Yu Ning looked at Lin Yi in horror and asked. Originally, she was imagining that Lin Yi would come over and be intimate with her. Suddenly, another person came into the room and kicked Lin Yi down. After that, Lin Yi was carried away by the hotel staff. This made Yu Ning shocked and angry. Looking closely, this person was actually Yang Huijuan. And so, Yuning was even angrier. Young bro, how can you be like this? What did you do to Lin Yi? Yuning couldn't be blamed for recognizing the wrong person. After the drug took effect, Yuning first thought that Zhao Qibing was Lin Yi, and in her mind, Zhao Qibing was Lin Yi. After the real Lin Yi appeared, it was impossible for Yuning to see the two people in front of her as Lin Yi. Because of the effect of the drug, although Yuning found Lin Yi familiar, she turned Lin Yi's image into another acquaintance, Yang Huijuan. Lin Yi was about to rush over, and was somewhat puzzled by Yuning's question. What did she do to Lin Yi? What young bro? Young bro, where's Lin Yi? Yuning saw that Lin Yi didn't answer, and suddenly became a little anxious. The inexplicable desire in her body was getting stronger and stronger. She was about to be intimate with Lin Yi, but was interrupted by Yang Huijuan. How could she not be angry? Chapter 2672. However, in Yuning's ears, it wasn't the case. You. What are you doing? Don't come over. Big brother Yang, I have always treated you as a brother, don't joke around. It wasn't strange that Yuning would say this. In fact, Yang Huijuan also had some interest in Yuning, but at that time Yuning chose Lin Yi, so he didn't say these words and buried them in his heart. This was also the reason why Lin Yi said those words to Yang Huijuan when they first met. And Yuning naturally knew this. At that time, Yuning also saw Yang Huijuan's feelings for her, but they both understood that the two could only maintain the relationship of brother and sister. Lin Yi was even more shocked. How did he become Big Brother Yang? Yuning was confused. However, Lin Yi thought that Yuning was under Zhao Qibing's aphrodisiac, so it was normal for her to be confused. However, what did Yuning think of him as Big Brother Yang? Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only stop his next action, pointed to himself and asked Yuning, "Who am I?" "Brother Jun, you said that Lin Yi had something to do and left first." Yuning still couldn't hear what Lin Yi said, she was just confused. Lin Yi understood at this time that Yuning thought of him as Yang Huijuan. "Brother Jun, I..." Yuning's desire was getting more and more serious, but the person she liked was Lin Yi. In the face of Yang Huijuan, she really didn't know what to say. Yuning said shyly, "Can you help me find Lin Yi and bring him back?" Lin Yi listened to Yuning's words, and at this time, he guessed something. He was afraid that the aphrodisiac that Zhao Qibing used was a drug that could cause people to be in an illusion, and Yuning must have thought that Zhao Qibing was Lin Yi, and because of the first impression, Yuning thought that he was Yang Huijuan. Lin Yi was speechless at the thought of this. This Zhao Qibing was such a scammer. Originally, Lin Yi wanted to do something with Yuning, but now that Yuning thought of him as Yang Huijuan, there was no way they could do anything. If he forcibly pushed Yuning down, Yuning might do something extreme, so Lin Yi had to give up his previous idea. "I'll help you detoxify the poison. Lin Yi will be back soon." Lin Yi sighed and cursed Zhao Qibing in his heart. He had finally made up his mind to push Yuning down, and this kid actually made such a fucking potion. Lin Yi felt that breaking his third leg was already a light punishment. Lin Yi even wanted to break all the bones in his body so that he could practice 1,000 kicks. Practicing 1,000 bones was more like it. Lin Yi took out the silver needles from his pocket and used his pure qi to disinfect them. Then, he sat on Yuning's bed and quickly put the needles on her body. But even so, Lin Yi still inevitably touched the sensitive parts of Yuning's body. After all, the aphrodisiac made by Yao Wang was nothing in Lin Yi's eyes, but it was much stronger than other ordinary aphrodisiacs. If Lin Yi did not cooperate with acupoint massage and only used acupuncture, the toxins would not be discharged quickly. Yuning just wanted to stop Yang Huijuan from raping her, but she saw Yang Huijuan take out the silver needles for acupuncture, and the desire in her body also reduced a lot when his silver needles were inserted into her body. However, even so, Yuning also wanted to resist. She wanted to push Yang Huijuan's hand away and let him not touch her, but she had no strength at all and could only let it go. Yuning didn't know what Yang Huijuan wanted to do, but she was powerless to resist. The desire in her body made her very uncomfortable. She could only clench her teeth, close her eyes, and not think about it. But in her heart, she was praying that Lin Yi could come back soon and stop Yang Huijuan's behavior. Although Yuning thought that Yang Huijuan would not do anything wretched, no matter what, his hand touched her, and Yuning really didn't want this. Even if it was a dream, she didn't want this. What kind of dream was this? This dream was simply a nightmare. Yuning prayed for Lin Yi to come back quickly, and prayed for this dream to wake up as soon as possible. If Lin Yi didn't come back, then it was better to wake up because there was no happiness in the dream. However, as time passed, Yuning found that the desire in her body was getting lighter and lighter, and her thoughts seemed to be getting clearer and clearer. It seemed like she wasn't very confused, nor was she very sleepy. This doesn't seem to be a dream. As Yuning's thoughts gradually became clearer, Yuning also restored her former shrewdness. She knew that when people were dreaming, they should not think that they were dreaming, and her current feeling didn't seem to be a dream. When Yang Huijuan's silver needle pierced her body, although it wasn't particularly painful, there was still a feeling of pain. She heard that in a dream, you don't feel pain, so Yuning was a bit strange. Was this not a dream? Thinking of this, Yuning suddenly opened her eyes. She wanted to scold Yang Huijuan and ask him not to touch her. However, when she opened her eyes and saw Yang Huijuan, she didn't see the previous Yang Huijuan, but a vague but somewhat familiar figure. This figure, as the scene in front of Yuning changed, became more and more clear. It was Lin Yi. It was actually Lin Yi. How could it be? Obviously, it was Yang Huijuan who came before. How did it suddenly become Lin Yi? Yuning was a little dumbfounded. However, although her thoughts were restored, her speech and mobility, with the discharge of the potion toxins in her body, also lost a lot of physical strength, so she couldn't speak anymore. In fact, this was also a matter that couldn't be helped. Lin Yi gathered the potion toxins in Yuning's body through acupuncture and massage, and then excreted from the body. However, it was inevitable that he had to use Yuning's own physical strength to complete the process. Originally, Yuning was burning with desire and consumed a lot of physical strength, and now it was even more so it caused her to have no strength at all. As the potion toxins in Yuning's body were getting less and less, Yuning was more awake, and the memories that were created before also became a reality. This was the situation that would occur after the effect of the potion, that is, the things that you saw and heard before will be released from the memory, and the illusory scenes will also be distinguished by the person involved. Chapter 2673. Moreover, from Yaowang's point of view, girls were just like that. Even if the first time was given to someone she didn't like, as long as the person put in some effort, it was possible to capture her heart. Letting her remember the truth of the previous process was also the purpose. When Yuning found out that the person she had a relationship with was Zhao Qibing, she might even fall in love with him. But now, Yuning's mind was replaying the scene like a movie. Lin Yi was restored to Zhao Qibing, the waiter was restored to Zhao Qibing's follower, and Yang Huijuan was actually the real Lin Yi. The reason why she was like this was because of Zhao Qibing's aphrodisiac. Yuning, who knew the truth, was ashamed and angry. The real Lin Yi was clearly in front of her, and he wanted to do something with her, but she rejected him. And in her heart, she was thinking about the fake Lin Yi, really. Zhao Qibing, you bastard. Yuning was getting more and more awake, and more regretful. She wanted Lin Yi to stop giving her the antidote and continue doing what they were doing, but she didn't have the strength to speak. Of course, even if she had the strength, Yuning knew that this was reality, and she couldn't make up her mind to do this. Although she liked Lin Yi, she also knew her mission and future. Before the plan started, she had to maintain her virginity. Although Yuning didn't know what the plan was, the old ancestor of House Yu and Yu Shaochen had warned her more than once, telling her not to be impulsive. Of course, with too many warnings, Yuning would rebel and say, "I'll break with Lin Yi, so what?" This also caused the hidden House Yu to guard against Lin Yi like a thief. Fire, theft, and Lin Yi became the hidden House Yu's motto and safety slogan all these years, putting Yuning in a state of semi-house arrest. In fact, sometimes Yuning regretted it. If it wasn't for her rebellious youth and saying such words, the hidden House Yu wouldn't have guarded her like this, guarding against Lin Yi like a thief. They couldn't let the hidden House Yu kill Lin Yi whenever they had the chance. No one knew that the hidden House Yu's old ancestor was so determined to kill Lin Yi because of Yuning's words. Even if Yuning explained afterwards, the old ancestor didn't believe her and was still very wary of Lin Yi, afraid that Lin Yi would ruin his plan. After Lin Yi removed all the toxins from Yuning's body, he put away the silver needles on her body. However, Yuning's body was sweating, and the excreted potions were all over her body, emitting a foul smell. After putting away the silver needles, Lin Yi stood up, turned around, and walked out of the room. Yuning saw that Lin Yi was leaving and wanted to stop him, but because of her weak body, she couldn't say half a word. Looking at Lin Yi's figure disappear at the door of the room, Yuning was suddenly very disappointed. In fact, Lin Yi didn't want to leave, but to find a dry towel. He went to the wardrobe in the outer room, opened it, took out a dry towel from inside, and then turned and walked into the inner room again. Yuning saw that Lin Yi had returned, and she was very surprised. After Lin Yi came over, he lifted Yuning's clothes and helped her wipe her body. Just now, he had touched her body, and Lin Yi didn't care anymore. Anyway, he had decided to face this former love head-on, and he would no longer have any scruples. Yuning was wiped by Lin Yi, and her heart was both shy and warm. Yuning closed her eyes and quietly enjoyed the warmth of this moment. Lin Yi naturally didn't know that Yuning had regained her consciousness. He thought that she was in an illusion, so he didn't talk to her. After all, Lin Yi didn't know how long the Medicine King's potion could last. Lin Yi only expelled most of the potion from Yuning's body. There must be a small part remaining, and this part, Lin Yi didn't care about it. With the passage of time, it would be turned into urine and excreted. It didn't have much impact on the body, so there was no need to rush to expel it. This didn't seem like poison. If it was poison, Lin Yi could only do the same thing he did to the miss, and let Yuning force the poison out of her body. After wiping Yuning's body, Lin Yi stood up again. Yuning thought that Lin Yi was really going to leave this time. She wanted to stop him, but her weak body still made her unable to speak. Lin Yi didn't actually want to leave, but went to the bathroom, washed the towel with water, and then walked back again, ready to wipe Yuning's body with a wet towel again. Yuning saw that Lin Yi came back again, and her heart was surprised. But this time, Yuning's physical strength had recovered a little, so her surprised facial expression betrayed her sober state at this moment. "You're awake." Lin Yi's footsteps stagnated, and he was a little embarrassed. He held the towel in his hand, but he didn't know if he should continue to help Yuning wipe her body. Because Lin Yi didn't know if Yuning still had the previous memory, and even if she did, Yuning thought that he was Yang Huijuan, which made Lin Yi very embarrassed. Yuning was also a little embarrassed. Her situation was seen by Lin Yi. Naturally, she couldn't continue to pretend to be confused. But when she thought that she rejected Lin Yi as Yang Huijuan, Yuning was a little mad. Even if she didn't have anything to do with Lin Yi, kissing and hugging would be fine, but now, oh, it's good that you're awake. However, Lin Yi was a little surprised. Yuning saw him, but why wasn't she surprised at all? It was reasonable to say that Yuning should be very surprised. Did she think that he was Yang Huijuan? Thinking of this situation, Lin Yi suddenly felt that it was very possible, so he pointed to his nose and asked, "Who am I?" When Yuning heard Lin Yi's question, her little face suddenly turned red, but this question had to be answered, so Yuning said shyly, "Lin Yi. I'm sorry, before I didn't know it was you, Ogg." Then you knew after that. After listening to Yuning's answer, Lin Yi was slightly stunned, but then he asked, "You woke up after that? You woke up before that?" I didn't have the strength to speak before. I'm sorry." Yuning was very apologetic. She felt that Lin Yi's heart should be very hurt. It was not easy for him to take the initiative, but she ruthlessly rejected him. "I really didn't mean it before. I ate Zhao Qibing's potion, and I imagined him to be you. After you came in, I thought you were Yang Huijuan." Chapter 2674. Reunion. After a long separation, however, after saying this sentence, Lin Yi didn't know what to say. After all, the two people hadn't seen each other for a long time. If something happened before, it wouldn't be so awkward. But nothing happened, and there was some misunderstanding. This made Lin Yi really feel speechless. Long time no see, long time no see. After a moment of silence, the two people didn't expect to speak at the same time, and said the same sentence, which made both of them a little surprised. However, after saying this sentence, the two people really didn't know what to say. The current situation was different from usual. Lin Yi just helped Yuning detoxify, and Yuning was kidnapped by Zhao Qibing. Lin Yi didn't know what to talk about. After thinking about it, Lin Yi could only politely say, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" What Lin Yi didn't expect was that Yuning actually asked this question at the same time. This made Lin Yi a little funny, and Yuning naturally thought the same. She originally wanted to ease the awkward atmosphere between the two people, but she didn't expect Lin Yi to say the same thing as her. However, this really eased the atmosphere between the two people, and the two people couldn't help but smile at each other. "Well, I'm fine, but not too well." Yuning really didn't think that she would see Lin Yi again in such a situation. Originally, she thought that it would be difficult for her to see Lin Yi, but she didn't expect that in her most critical moment, Lin Yi would appear again, just like before. On the night that she was most afraid of, Lin Yi gave her warmth and let her spend a peaceful Valentine's Day. Out of the longing for Lin Yi and the nostalgia for the past, Yuning unconsciously opened the chatterbox and began to tell Lin Yi about her longing for Lin Yi, especially when she thought of the overbearing words that Lin Yi said to Zhao Qibing when he first entered the door. It made Yuning secretly happy. It seemed that Lin Yi still liked her, and his feelings had never changed. So after a short period of silence, the words that Yuning had kept in her heart for the past few years gushed out like a flood opening the floodgates. "Lin Yi, do you know how much I've missed you all these years? From that time, when my brother Yang told me about your reappearance, do you know how excited I was? I wanted to come and see you so badly." Yuning began to talk about her longing for Lin Yi. Once the chatterbox was opened, it was hard to stop. "After that, I have been paying attention to your news through my brother, until you went to the Ice Palace together to participate in the test. Do you know, I was happy and worried at the same time. My brother said that you lost your strength, and I was like a headless fly, trying to get some treasures for you from home, but the next day, I heard from my brother that you recovered your strength, and I was so happy. You defeated Zhang Naipeo and Feng Nidian, two masters from the ancient level. I was happy for your strength, but I was also afraid that the power behind them would cause trouble for you. But now, it seems that they didn't do that, which made me feel relieved. It's just that when I found out that you went to the Ice Palace for your girlfriend, I felt sad, but also happy for her. You were willing to take such a risk for her. Do you know how envious, jealous, and hateful I will be in the days to come? But today, I don't envy them anymore, because when I was in danger, you came too, which means that in your heart, I am as important as her." Yuning was born in the hidden house Yu, and the concept of monogamy wasn't very clear. After all, she grew up in a family with 3 wives and 4 concubines. She didn't think that Lin Yi having a girlfriend had any conflict with her, she was just happy that Lin Yi still remembered her. Ha! Lin Yi smiled, your position in my heart is actually very special. Although I can't say that you are more important than Xiao Xiao, you are still unique. Yuning was already very happy that Lin Yi said that, but after that, my brother stayed in the Ice Palace, and I didn't have any news about you. My family didn't tell me about your situation, and they didn't tell me about you. It seems that they still don't agree with me being with you. Right, you already know about my background, right? Before, Lin Yi wasn't very clear about the concept of noble houses and hidden houses. When he was training with Yuning, he only knew that Yuning's house was very powerful, but he didn't know much about it. That was why Yuning asked this question. After all, when Lin Yi participated in the Ice Palace test, he couldn't fight against the hidden houses at all. Later, when Lin Yi was injured, House Yi sent people to kill Lin Yi, so in Yuning's impression, it was impossible for Lin Yi to fight against the hidden House Yu. And, the young miss of the hidden House Yu. Lin Yi said. However, Lin Yi was a bit confused. Why would the old ancestor of House Yu object to Yuning being with him? The strength that Lin Yi displayed now was enough to make most of the hidden houses lower their heads. Even if the hidden House Yu was stronger and didn't lower their heads in front of Lin Yi, there was no need to go against them. It was better to rope them in. Marrying Yuning over was actually the best way to ease the relationship between the hidden House Yu and Lin Yi. From Lin Yi's point of view, the hidden houses were more conservative, and they valued men over women. If they could rope him in, it would be reasonable for them to give up their daughter, right? Yu Yuxing could marry his daughter to Zhao Guanyin, why couldn't he marry Lin Yi? This was something that Lin Yi didn't understand. No matter what, he was much stronger than that useless Zhao Guanyin, right? Then, what is your strength now? Yuning saw that Lin Yi didn't have any special expression and was a bit disappointed. She thought that Lin Yi was still the same as before, afraid of the hidden House Yu's power. Earth-class middle phase peak, Lin Yi said. Ah, you're already Earth-class middle phase peak. Yuning's eyes widened. She couldn't believe it. Lin Yi's leveling speed was actually this fast. At the time of the Ice Palace's trial, Lin Yi was only Mystic Class late phase. How did he reach Earth Class middle phase peaks so fast? It's not that fast, not as fast as the disciples of the noble houses. Lin Yi laughed at himself, that Zhao Qibing, at first, was just an ordinary garbage person, but after eating a lot of elixirs, he forcefully increased his strength to Earth Class early phase, and he could even practice martial arts. It only took a few months. Chapter 2675. That requires elixirs. Actually, not all hidden houses have elixirs in stock. They need to buy from the ancient sects. Yuning said. I understand. Lin Yi didn't think much of it. Wasn't he selling large amounts of elixirs to the hidden houses? Zhao Qibing's current strength was probably because he ate the elixirs Lin Yi sold, so Lin Yi had to thank him for his contribution to Xiaoke's orphanage. Right, do you have any contact with the disciples of the hidden houses? Yuning was concerned about Lin Yi's current status. If Lin Yi could become good friends with the disciples of the hidden houses, just like with Yu Bing, then there would be less resistance for them to be together in the future. Even if they couldn't be together now, but after that incident, Yuning would be able to be together with Lin Yi after she completed her mission. The disciples of the hidden houses. Are they all right? Lin Yi smiled. I have a good relationship with the hidden House Pai, House Han, and House Zhuang. Well, that's good. If you are good friends with the children of these families, then my grandfather will definitely look at you differently in the future, Yuning said. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Yuning was naive. The disciples of the hidden houses were not just good friends of Lin Yi. They were Lin Yi's lackeys. Even their elders were following Lin Yi around. How could the old ancestor of House Yu not see it? Under these circumstances, he still didn't extend an olive branch to Lin Yi. This meant that the hidden house you either had a stronger backer or had some unspeakable reason. Right now, Lin Yi was standing at the top of the hidden houses. At least on the surface, but the old ancestor of House Yu still treated Lin Yi like this. There must be something wrong. It was just that Lin Yi couldn't explain these things to Yuning. There were some things that she might not know. Who knew what the hidden house Yu was planning? Just like the hidden house Zhao. They didn't have any backing, but they kept going against him. As for Zhao Qibing, Lin Yi was helpless. According to Lin Yi, he should have killed Zhao Qibing earlier, but Lin Yi couldn't do that. His rationality overcame his impulsiveness. If Lin Yi killed Zhao Qibing, then it would break the peace between the hidden houses and Lin Yi. Among the hidden houses, Lin Yi didn't have a lot of support. At least, he had enmity with the hidden house Yu, the hidden house Yu, the hidden house Zhao, and the Qinshan sect. If Lin Yi killed Zhao Qibing, then the other hidden houses would be in danger. If they really joined forces, Lin Yi wouldn't be a match at all. Lin Yi was one of them. He knew his own business. Although Lin Yi looked strong on the surface and could easily kill Sky-class masters, that was only based on sneak attacks. He couldn't do continuous sneak attacks, so Lin Yi had been very careful. While he was threatening the hidden houses, he didn't touch their bottom line. If he made a move on one of them, they might join forces to fight against him. But if he didn't make a move on one of them, they would only care about their own matters. They wouldn't easily join forces. This was also the reason why Lin Yi let Zhao Qibing go. But this time, Lin Yi didn't let Zhao Qibing go easily. His third leg, even if Yao Wang wanted to heal it, it would take a lot of effort. It's almost time, I'll send you home, Lin Yi said when he saw that Yuning's spirit was getting better. Ah, go home. Yuning wanted to spend more time with Lin Yi, but she suddenly remembered that she was caught by Lin Yi. Her family must be panicking. Also, if her grandpa came and saw her together with Lin Yi, what if he misunderstood something and killed Lin Yi in anger? Thinking of this, Yuning quickly nodded. Lin Yi, will you contact me often in the future? Of course, I will tell you my phone number. You can call me at any time, Lin Yi said with a smile. Well, okay, I will call you when I have the chance. Yuning nodded happily. Pack up, I'll send you back, Lin Yi said. And? You want to send me? Before, Lin Yi said that he would send her home. Yuning thought she heard wrong, but Lin Yi said it again. Yuning was sure that she didn't hear wrong, so she was a little confused. You. Is what you said true? What's so strange about this? Lin Yi was also stunned, but he didn't think too much about it. If you go to my house, aren't you afraid that my dad and my grandpa will leave you there? Do you really dare to go back with me? Yuning stared at Lin Yi incredulously. She really couldn't understand why Lin Yi dared to go back with her. Wasn't he afraid of seeing his family? Maybe I didn't dare to go before, but now it doesn't matter. If I stay, your grandpa won't dare, Lin Yi said faintly. Don't dare. Yuning looked at Lin Yi with some shock. If it wasn't for her impression that Lin Yi wasn't a person who talked big, she would even think that Lin Yi was talking nonsense. The old master of the hidden house Yu didn't dare to make Lin Yi stay. One must know that the hidden house Yu was the top existence among the hidden houses. Lin Yi could actually compete with them. Hee, you'll know when you get there. Lin Yi smiled and stood up, then walked to the camera not far away, turned off the camera, took out the memory card, and put it in Yuning's hand. This memory card, there is evidence of Zhao Qibing kidnapping you. You can do whatever you want with it. Yuning didn't care about the evidence, but after that, the scene of her and Lin Yi getting along. This video would be a precious memory that Yuning would keep forever. Yuning decided to keep this memory card forever. When she had nothing to do, she would take it out and look at it. In the past, Yuning's biggest regret was that she didn't take a photo with Lin Yi, so she could only use drawing instead. But now, the male and female protagonists in this video were her and Lin Yi. When she missed Lin Yi, she could take it out and look at it. Yuning carefully put away the memory card, for fear of losing it, but she was also afraid that Lin Yi would see her purpose. Her face was a little red, and she didn't dare to look directly at Lin Yi. However, when she saw that Lin Yi didn't care and put away the camera, Yuning breathed a sigh of relief. "Let's go, I'm all packed." In fact, Yuning didn't have much to clean up. She just fixed her messy hair and pulled up the corner of her wrinkled clothes. Chapter 2676. N. Yuning nodded shyly, but she didn't break free. In fact, in her heart, she was willing to do anything with Lin Yi, but because of the plan, Yuning couldn't dedicate herself. But holding hands and kissing Lin Yi, she could accept it. Lin Yi naturally pulled Yuning out of the room, and then the two took the elevator downstairs. Outside the hotel, Yuning was blown by the cold wind outside, but she was sober. "Lin Yi, how did you get here so quickly? Weren't you in Songshan?" In Yuning's impression, she was still in Songshan when Lin Yi was in Songshan. When Lin Yi went to Donghai City, she basically lost contact with the outside world, so she didn't know that Lin Yi went to Donghai City. "I am now at Donghai City University," Lin Yi said. "I rushed here, of course, someone told me. I will tell you, don't tell others." N. Yuning nodded quickly. Lin Yi wanted her to keep the secret, she naturally couldn't speak casually. "It's Xiao Qibing's follower, he is actually my man," Lin Yi said. "Ah. You have already placed your men in the hidden Zhao family." Yuning looked at Lin Yi with surprise. In fact, the hidden Yu family also has them." Lin Yi smiled, "But these are not important, I will send you back first." Okay. On the one hand, Yuning was amazed by the strength of Lin Yi's ability, on the other hand, she felt that Lin Yi had too many enemies. Lin Yi had placed his men in these families, didn't that mean that his relationship with these families was hostile? So Yuning couldn't help but worry, did you offend these families? "I can't say that I offended them, they are against me, I can't do anything about it." Lin Yi shrugged and took Lin Yi to a secluded place near the hotel. Yuning was somewhat puzzled. Why did Lin Yi bring her here? Just as he was about to ask, he saw Lin Yi wave his hand, and a strange spirit beast charged over. Yuning lived in a hidden family. Naturally, she was no stranger to spirit beasts. She even had a spirit beast of her own. She had brought it with her since she was a child. But this spirit beast was fine, but during this time, it was inexplicably sick. It looked like it was seriously injured. Yuning was very worried, but there was nothing she could do. After all, no one in the hidden house Yu knew how to raise a spirit beast. The old ancestor of House Yu saw the spirit beast's condition and didn't say anything, so Yuning didn't know what to do. Spirit beast. Yuning's spirit beast was much smaller than the purple thunder beast, but it did not prevent Yuning from recognizing that the purple thunder beast was a spirit beast. "Yeah, its name is Little Foam, and it's very fast. That's why I could come here so quickly from East Ocean City," Lin Yi said. "Ah, so you have a spirit beast." Yuning was even more surprised. She didn't expect that when she met Lin Yi again, Lin Yi even had a spirit beast. It was almost like she didn't know Lin Yi at all. And this spirit beast originally belonged to the Qian Mountain sect. At the Hidden House Summit, they wanted to use this spirit beast to kill me. They didn't expect me to take it. Your grandfather was very angry at that time. Lin Yi smiled. At the Hidden House Summit, they couldn't stop me. Now, they won't be able to stop me. Lin Yi, aren't you just an Earth-class mid-stage peak master now? Yuning was a little surprised. At that time, they let you take this spirit beast away. Hee, my strength is indeed Earth-class mid-stage peak. But there are some things that you will slowly understand. It's hard to explain in a few words. In short, I can fight people who are stronger than me. Lin Yi's situation couldn't be explained in a few words. Yuning hugged the back of Lin Yi's waist and rode on the purple lightning beast. Her forehead gently leaned on Lin Yi's back, quietly enjoying this moment of happiness. What happened today made Yuning feel unreal. It was as if happiness came too fast and too sudden. She was afraid that she would lose it. Only by hugging Lin Yi and leaning on his body could she clearly feel his existence. Xiao Feng, go to Sky Rain Town. This is the map. Lin Yi took out the navigation map from his phone and showed it to the purple lightning beast. Roar, roar dash, the purple lightning beast looked at it and nodded to show that it remembered. Then, it galloped in the direction of Sky Rain Town. Hidden House Xiao, Uncle Zhu didn't drive this time. Instead, he found a friend of the Hidden House who was familiar with this area and used a private plane to send Xiao Qibing back to the Hidden House. Although he really wanted Xiao Qibing to become a eunuch, and it would be best if he died, he was the spy that Lin Yi planted in the Hidden House. Before he was exposed, he had to do his best to avoid suspicion. Especially after this incident, it would be strange if Xiao Qibing didn't suspect him of leaking the secret. So, Uncle Zhu was very proactive. Old Xiao had heard from Uncle Zhu that Xiao Qibing was kicked into a eunuch by Lin Yi. He was shocked and angry. He quickly brought Xiao Qibing into the Hidden House with Yao Wang. Grandpa. I didn't think that Lin Yi would actually go. Ouch. It hurts. Xiao Qibing said as he grimaced in pain. Yao Wang, take a look at Qibing's injuries. Although old Xiao was worried, he still looked calm on the surface. Yes. Yao Wang quickly nodded and checked on Xiao Qibing's injuries. At that moment, old man Zhao said, Uncle Zhu, what's going on? How did Lin Yi know about this? That. I don't know. Uncle Zhu's face was full of confusion and anger. Who knows how that Lin Yi knew about it? This is really strange. I only found out the truth moments before the mission to capture Yuning. Could it be that someone else knew about it before me? There's a mole, there must be a mole, definitely. Old Master, I think that there's something fishy about this. We need to investigate this, investigate it thoroughly. Mole. Old Xiao originally suspected that Uncle Zhu was a traitor, but after hearing him say that he only found out the truth moments before the mission to capture Yuning, he hesitated. Looking at his indignant face, it didn't seem like he was the one who leaked the secret. Could it be that there was a mole? The only ones who knew about this were Yushan, himself, and Elder Mian. The only one left was Xiao Qibing. He and Xiao Qibing couldn't have leaked the secret. Yushan participated in the mission, so it wouldn't benefit him at all if he leaked the secret. The only one left was Elder Mian. Could it be that there was a problem with Elder Mian? With that thought, old Xiao turned to Elder Mian. Chapter 2677. Grandpa, I don't think it was our people who leaked the secret. When Yuning was caught by me, she was still talking about Lin Yi's name. Her lover is Lin Yi. I'm guessing that Yuning went on a date with Lin Yi, but I was fucking unlucky. Xiao Qibing calmed down and analyzed the situation. There was no way that Elder Mian and Yushan would leak the secret, and Uncle Zhu was the last to find out. Even if he leaked the secret, he wouldn't have the time to do so. Plus, he had no motive to leak the secret. He was beaten up by Lin Yi and Wu Tian before, and he hated Lin Yi more than anything. How could he help Lin Yi? Thinking about it, this was the only explanation. Besides, Lin Yi said that he and Yuning had that kind of relationship. Sigh, I'm so unlucky. If I knew that Yuning was Lin Yi's woman, I wouldn't have done this even if I had to eat shit, is that so? Old Zhao froze and nodded. If Lin Yi and Yuning have a relationship, then it's hard to say. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Yao Wang, how is Qibing's injury? Old head, Qibing's injury is very serious. This Lin Yi is very cunning. When he kicked, he didn't just kick, he added pure qi into it. He blew up the meridians around Qibing's yang part. On the surface, it looks like his yang part is broken, but in reality, even if he ate a small huan pill, it would only heal the surface. The inside can't be healed, unless we use a great huan pill, Yao Wang said after a careful examination. That's serious. Old Zhao was shocked. Zhao Qibing was the future head of the house, and the hidden house Zhao couldn't be wiped out. So he quickly asked, then. Other than the Great Huan Pill, is there any other way? I can only try, I can't guarantee anything, Yao Wang hesitated and said, I'm 50% sure. That's good. It's good that there's hope. Lord Zhao was finally relieved. Of course, you don't have to worry too much. The hidden house Zhao won't stop. Although Master Bing can't have sex anymore, he can use other methods of artificial insemination. It's just more troublesome. Yao Wang was proficient in medicine, so he reassured Grandpa Zhao. That's good. After old Master Zhao heard it, he was even more relieved. Then you try your best. It's fine if you don't have sex. This time, you suffered a loss because of a woman. In the future, you can't suffer this kind of loss again. Qibing was crying in his heart, he was crying. Alright, let's put this aside for now. Elder Mian, we need to think about how we should deal with this. The ambush didn't work, so our relationship with the hidden house you will only worsen. We need to think of a way to appease the anger of the hidden house you, old Zhao said. After Elder Mian heard it, he finally let out a sigh of relief. It seemed like old Zhao didn't suspect him anymore. However, he couldn't think of a good way to deal with it. He could only say, let me think about it, and, Qibing, do you have any ideas? Old Zhao turned to look at Qibing, who was being treated by Yao Wang. Grandpa, didn't Lin Yi go? Why don't we just tell the hidden house you that it was Lin Yi who took Yuning away? Anyway, when I was researching with Yushan, we did our research. Let Yushan tell his grandpa that it was Lin Yi who took Yuning away. Wouldn't that be the case? Qibing thought about it and said, didn't we blame the qi gathering pill on Lin Yi last time? It was a lucky hit. It should be the same this time, right? It won't work this time. Old Zhao shook his head, let's not talk about Yao Wang's medicine. Yuning will be able to remember what happened after the effect ends. Plus, she has evidence. You two idiots, you didn't even take the camera with you when you left. Do you think the hidden house you doesn't know the truth? That. Qibing thought about it. Not only would Yuning remember the truth, but even if she couldn't, there was still the camera. He and Uncle Zhu left in a hurry and forgot about this. That. I was also scared by Lin Yi. I'm sorry, old master. Uncle Zhu said, sweating. Forget it. Lin Yi is very strong. It's normal for you to be scared. Even I, a Sky Class Master, am scared when I see Lin Yi. Old Zhao didn't continue to blame them. Instead, he said, Elder Mian, do you have a plan? Old Master, from what I see, since we can't hide it anymore, other than taking the initiative to admit our mistakes, is there any other way? Elder Mian smiled bitterly. It's not impossible to take the initiative to admit the mistake. We can push all the blame to Yushan and say that Qibing was tricked by him. Let me think, let me sort out my thoughts. Old Zhao was indeed a sinister person. He thought of a solution in a moment, isn't Yuning and Lin Yi's lover? I have an idea, we'll say that Yushan was injured by Lin Yi. He wanted to take revenge but didn't have the strength, so he used Qibing to kidnap Yuning to take revenge on Lin Yi. What do you think? Ha 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 ha, I'm a genius. That's right. Qibing slapped his thigh excitedly. But Yao Wang was in the middle of inserting the needle, and the needle went into his egg. Qibing cried out in pain, "Ouch! My egg, it hurts." Yao Wang was a little embarrassed. "It's fine, it's just a small injury, it won't be a big deal." "Master Bing, don't move, okay?" Qibing was so scared that he didn't dare to slap his thigh anymore. "Grandpa, that's a good move, but I don't feel good about Yushan becoming the scapegoat. After all, he came here to help me. He can't get away no matter what. Even if you don't blame it on him, he won't be able to recover this time. It's better to let him be used as trash and use him to his fullest potential." Old Zhao waved his hand and said. One had to admit that old Zhao was quite a skillful person. He got it right twice by a fluke. This time, he blamed it on Yushan. Other than not knowing Yuning's value to the Hidden House Yu, he didn't know that Yushan wanted to take revenge on the Hidden House Yu, but he was right about Yushan wanting to take revenge on Lin Yi. That's true. Qibing was also a cruel person. After listening to old Zhao's words, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 2678. Elder Mian, go spread the news as soon as possible, Elder Zhao said to Elder Mian. Yes, I'll go spread the news now. Elder Mian nodded. At this time, Lin Yi had brought Yuning to the foot of the mountain where the Hidden House Yu was located. At this time, it was impossible for Lin Yi to sneak up, as he was stopped by a few Earth-class masters. Usually, these Earth-class disciples wouldn't appear unless there was a major event. They were all training hard, but today, Yuning went missing. They were also sent to the foot of the mountain to search for emergencies. That was when they saw Lin Yi. Who is it? Get off the spirit beast and let us inspect it. The leading disciple, Yu Ba, scolded. Lin Yi didn't drive or ride a horse, so he didn't know what to say. Lin Yi obediently let Feng stop. In fact, with Lin Yi's skills, these people weren't his opponents at all. Even if they forced their way in, they wouldn't be able to stop the purple thunderbolt beast's speed. But since they were in the Hidden House Yu, Lin Yi had to give Yuning some face, or else he'd embarrass her. Miss Yuning. Yu Ba finally saw the person behind Lin Yi on the spirit beast. It was Yuning they were looking for. Yu Ba was shocked and quickly pressed the pager in his hand. I'm Yu Ba, I've found Miss Yuning. She's riding a spiritual beast with a stranger at the foot of the mountain. I'm calling for backup. Yu Ba, no need to call for backup, just let us go up, Yuning said. Yu Ba hesitated. If it was just Yuning, he'd let her go up without a second thought, but Yuning was with someone else, and there was a mystic class late phase peak. He didn't know how strong this spirit beast was, so he didn't dare act rashly. But, while Yu Ba was hesitating, old Yu had already brought Yu Shaochen to the foot of the mountain. One of them was at the peak of the early phase of the heaven realm, while the other was at the peak of the late phase of the earth realm. Their speed was very fast, and they were in their own territory, so they quickly reached the foot of the mountain. Lin Yi. Old Ancestor Yu was excited when he saw Yuning, but he was shocked when he saw Lin Yi. Isn't Lin Yi in East Ocean City? He'd already called Yushu and Tiger Right Hand to confirm it. Lin Yi definitely didn't come to kidnap Yuning. Why did Lin Yi come back with Yuning? He came all the way from Donghai City. Old Ancestor Yu was even more shocked when he saw the purple lightning beast under Lin Yi. Of course, he wasn't unfamiliar with this purple lightning beast. He had seen it at the Hidden House Summit. But at that time, the purple lightning beast was only at the peak late phase of the golden class. How did it become a mystic late phase peak in just a few days? Thinking back to how fast the purple lightning beast was, it must be even faster after leveling up. It made sense that Lin Yi could come here in such a short amount of time. Elder Yu, how have you been? Lin Yi looked at old Ancestor Yu. He said faintly, but his attitude wasn't respectful at all. He didn't get off his beast, and it didn't seem like a junior meeting an elder at all. Old Ancestor Yu heard Lin Yi's nonchalant question and suddenly realized that Lin Yi was no longer the same Lin Yi of the past. His mount was a mystic late-phase peak, and his own strength was something that Old Ancestor Yu couldn't underestimate. He couldn't underestimate a Sky-class master at the peak of the mid-phase of the Earth class. To be able to kill a Sky class with the strength of an Earth class mid-phase peak, there was no way House Yu's old ancestor wouldn't be surprised. Especially when he heard that even the vice president of the Cultivator Trading Association and the Hidden Right family's Heaven Stage expert called him senior. What else could the old ancestor of House Yu do? However, in front of Yu Ning, he naturally couldn't call Lin Yi a senior. He only said politely, "So it's young hero Lin. My hidden House Yu is honored by your presence. What a rare guest." "Huh, you're too kind, Elder Yu." Lin Yi smiled. Yu Ning looked at her grandfather in shock, and then looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi really didn't lie. He came here, and it seemed that her grandfather didn't dare to make him stay, but he was also very polite. Was Lin Yi already this strong? "Young hero Lin, how did my granddaughter come back with you?" Elder Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at Yu Ning, who was hugging Lin Yi. He wanted to say something, but he didn't. "Oh, Xiao Qibing kidnapped her, and I happened to save her." Lin Yi said it very simply, but old ancestor Yu knew that it wasn't that simple. Let's not talk about how Lin Yi knew that Yu Ning was kidnapped. Just the fact that Lin Yi was able to find Yu Ning so accurately was already very strange. However, old ancestor Yu didn't dare to ask too much. After all, if Lin Yi didn't want to say it, no one could force him to. "I see. Thank you, young hero Lin, for saving us. You even sent her to my doorstep. I'm honored. In this hidden house, there aren't many people that young hero Lin would voluntarily help." Old ancestor Yu said politely. "What's wrong, Elder Yu? You're not going to invite me up?" Lin Yi asked. "Ha, look at me, I was so busy talking that I forgot." Old ancestor Yu laughed. "Actually, if young hero Lin wants to come up, no one can stop you. Please, young hero Lin." "Feng, let's go," Lin Yi said to the purple thunderbolt beast. The purple thunderbolt beast slowly walked up the mountain. Yu Ning, who was sitting behind Lin Yi, wanted to come down, but the purple thunderbolt beast was already gone. She could only sit behind Lin Yi with a red face and hug Lin Yi. Old ancestor Yu's face changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. He didn't want to anger Lin Yi. This kid was hard to say, he might kill someone. Old ancestor Yu felt that he might not be killed by Lin Yi with his Sky-class early-phase peak strength, but the others couldn't. Yu Xiaoqin and the others weren't even worth one move. Elder Bai of the Hidden House Xiao wasn't Lin Yi's opponent at all. They arrived at the living room of the Hidden House Yu. Lin Yi got off the purple thunderbolt beast and Yu Ning got off as well. The old ancestor of House Yu said, "Young hero Lin, please come in." Yu Xiaoqin, Ning must be in shock. Take her to rest and ask her about Xiao Qibing. This Xiao Qibing sure is bold to do something like this. In fact, old ancestor Yu said so much because he wanted Yu Ning to leave first. He wanted to talk to Lin Yi alone. Chapter 2679. Yu Ning looked at Lin Yi, a little reluctant, but she misunderstood her grandpa's politeness towards Lin Yi. She thought that her situation had turned for the better, and so she didn't insist. She looked at Lin Yi affectionately and left with Yu Xiaoqin. "Young hero Lin, please come in." Old ancestor Yu waited for Yu Ning to leave before making a welcoming gesture to Lin Yi. "Elder Yu, you sent Yu Ning away because you have something to say to me, right? If you have something to say, just say it, there's no need to be polite." Lin Yi saw through old Yu's intention and didn't beat around the bush. "Young hero Lin is indeed straightforward, I'll speak the truth then." Old ancestor Yu nodded. "Young hero Lin, thank you for saving her this time. If it wasn't for you, that bastard Xiao Qibing would have already, I said, I just happened to be there. Lin Yi waved his hand. No, you, the hidden house you, and Yu Ning were willing to help for no reason. I'm very grateful, and as a token of gratitude, I've decided to give you some treasures as a reward. Old ancestor, you said. No reason. Lin Yi frowned slightly and looked at Elder Yu. Yes, so naturally, we can't let young hero Lin help us for no reason. We will compensate you. Old ancestor, you nodded. We, the hidden house you, can't owe you a favor. Elder Yu, what do you mean by this? Yu Ning and I are considered old friends, right? I'm sure Elder Yu knows about this, right? Lin Yi understood what old ancestor Yu was saying. He was trying his best to distance himself from Lin Yi. He didn't want to link this rescue with Yu Ning. He just wanted Lin Yi to be his benefactor. Young hero Lin, I actually have my own difficulties. There are some things that you don't know, and even Xiao Ning doesn't know. But since things have come to this point, I'm afraid that I won't be able to help you. I won't hide it then, I'll tell you the truth. The situation is like this, although I can see what's going on between you and Ning, there are some things that I can't decide. Old ancestor, you changed the topic and started playing the emotional card. What do you mean? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Elder Yu. When Xiaoning was young. She's already engaged to an ancient sect. Elder Yu said, this marriage is something that our hidden house Yu values very much, and so does the other sect. So, please understand, young hero Lin. Although you're already very strong, able to kill Sky-class masters in one hit, I know that I'm not your opponent. But can you instantly kill a peak late-stage Heaven Realm expert? And not just one. So young hero Lin, I hope that you can control yourself. Don't cause trouble for our hidden house Yu, and don't cause trouble for yourself. The ancient sect isn't something that you can mess with and fight against. Lin Yi was a little shocked after hearing Elder Yu's words. He looked at Elder Yu in shock. Although he didn't fully believe it, it explained why the other hidden houses were trying to get close to Lin Yi. Only the hidden house Yu didn't do this. It seemed like they had found another sect. An ancient sect, yet another ancient sect. Lin Yi took a deep breath. With his current strength, he naturally wasn't a match for the ancient sections. However, since he had made up his mind to face Yu Ning's matter, he didn't want to give up so easily. I've told the common house Yu that they owe me 2 wives. Now that the common house Yu is gone, as the support of the common house Yu, the hidden house Yu, I'll naturally put this on your head. Lin Yi said faintly, Yu Ning, it's 1, it seems like you're still missing 1. Young hero Lin, you must be joking. Elder Yu's heart skipped a beat, but he still maintained his composure. Our hidden house Yu only has 1 granddaughter, Yu Ning, and she's already engaged. Naturally, we can't give you 2 wives, haha, is that so? Lin Yi smiled. An ancient sect, huh? I know which ancient sect it is. I won't ask now, but before Yu Ning gets married, I hope you can tell me. I'll ask her myself if this is her wish. That's not a problem. Elder Yu thought about it and nodded. The current Lin Yi wasn't someone he could mess with. Although Yu Ning's engagement was something he made up on the spot, the truth wasn't far from the truth. Elder Yu didn't feel embarrassed for lying. If that's the case, then I'll leave now. Lin Yi said faintly, since Elder Yu doesn't want to interact with me too much and only treats me as an outsider, there's no reason for me to stay. See you later. Young hero Lin, as a thank you, I'll give you some treasures you need. What do you want? Elder Yu asked. Oh, do you have any of the colored steel, pure yellow jade, or blue crystal powder? Lin Yi asked. Oh. I do have some colored steel, but I don't have anything else. Young hero Lin, you only want colored steel. Elder Yu was curious why Lin Yi wanted this stuff. It wasn't anything useful. Yes. Lin Yi nodded. All right. Old ancestor, you didn't ask any more questions. He waved his hand at Yuba, go find Yui and tell him to bring the colored steel from his house. Yes, elder. Yuba nodded and went to do it. After a while, Yui came back with a small box in his hand. It must be the colored steel. Old ancestor, you took it and passed it to Lin Yi. Young hero Lin, do you see if this is it? Lin Yi opened the box and saw that it was indeed a colored steel. It was even bigger than the one he got from the hidden house Han. This surprised Lin Yi. Although Yu Ning's engagement made him depressed, this colored steel was a pleasant surprise. Alright, this is it. I'll accept it then. Lin Yi accepted the colored steel without hesitation. Since Elder Yu was trying his best to cut ties with Lin Yi, there was no need for Lin Yi to build a relationship with him. Lin Yi could see that everything was fake. Only strength mattered. As long as he had strength, everything was negotiable. Without strength, everything was just empty talk. In the past, when Lin Yi didn't have the strength to kill Sky Class, would Elder Yu talk to him so politely? Obviously not. Throwing him out was already being merciful. Who knew, he might even use this chance to kill him. Chapter 2680. But now, Elder Yu didn't dare to do that. Although he still didn't get close to Lin Yi, it was obvious that he respected Lin Yi a lot more, and he even gave him a gift. This was a change in attitude. Of course, this is what young hero Lin deserves. Old ancestor Yu smiled. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. It seems like Elder Yu doesn't want me to stay for supper. With that, Lin Yi walked towards the door, and Elder Yu didn't stop him. The relationship between the two was limited to mere politeness. Lin Yi walked out of the living room and got on the purple thunder beast. He looked at the hidden house Yu's castle one last time and took a deep breath. He vowed to himself that he would return to this place again. He patted the purple thunder beast's shoulder and said, "Feng, let's go back." One man and one beast left. Elder Yu frowned. He didn't know if what happened today was a blessing or a curse. His relationship with Lin Yi improved, and Elder Yu didn't have to worry anymore. These days, he heard that Lin Yi's strength had skyrocketed, and he was afraid that the hidden house Yu would go against Lin Yi. But now, Lin Yi took Kai Gang, and the two wouldn't go against each other so easily. What worried Elder Yu was Yu Ning. After Lin Yi heard about the ancient sex marriage, he left temporarily, but Elder Yu could see that Lin Yi wouldn't give up easily. He was just enduring it for now. So Elder Yu was worried. Would there be trouble in the future? Although he told Lin Yi about the pros and cons, if Lin Yi had enough strength, then the situation wouldn't be something Elder Yu could control. With that thought, Elder Yu couldn't help but sigh. He spoke to Yui, "Gather all the members for supper, I have something to say." "Aw. Okay." Yui froze. House Yu's old ancestor never gathered his family for supper, and even if he wasn't here, the hidden house Yu wouldn't sit together for supper like this. Whoever was hungry would go to the dining room to eat. But there was something important today, so Yui quickly went to the dining room. Yu Ning was the happiest. After she returned to her room, Xiaochen only asked about what happened and didn't say much. Towards Yu Ning's admiration and respect for Lin Yi, he didn't show any displeasure. And now, Elder Yu was gathering the whole family for supper again. Obviously, there was something important. In Yu Ning's mind, it might be a special supper for Lin Yi. Otherwise, there was no need to hold a family supper in the middle of the night. Yu Ning happily held her little spirit beast and went to the dinner party. Lin Yi seemed to be very knowledgeable about spirit beasts, so Yu Ning planned to let him take a look at what happened to her spirit beast. Why was it injured? She wanted to see if he could do anything. Yu Shan. This time, he was also sent to the dining room by Yu Ba, although the hidden house Yu was in a mess. Lin Yi rode his spirit beast to visit again, but Yu Shan didn't know about it. He was isolated in his room and couldn't get any information. He was suddenly invited to dinner, and it was strange. Was it a blessing or a curse? However, when he saw the intact Yu Ning appear in the banquet hall with the spirit beast, his heart sank. Yu Ning was fine. Didn't that mean that Zhao Qibing was in trouble? Thinking that Zhao Qibing might not have succeeded, Yu Shan was filled with hatred. What a useless thing, he'd already taken the person away, and he still didn't succeed. Could he be a eunuch? He wasn't wrong, Zhao Qibing had really become a eunuch. At the same time, Yu Shaochen received news from the hidden house Zhao, and he was furious. Although there were some excuses for Zhao Qibing, but if what the hidden house Zhao said was true, then he was even more furious at Yu Shan. Yu Shaochen was suspicious of him, and now it seemed that if he wasn't a spy, Zhao Qibing wouldn't be able to complete the plan. But Yu Shaochen didn't get angry right away. He sat in his seat with a dark face, waiting for the old man to arrive. Yu Shan's face was also very ugly. Yu Shan's father, Yu Xiaozhong, also felt that something was wrong. He wanted to ask Yu Shan something, but he didn't dare to speak. He could only wait anxiously for the dinner to start. Not long after, Yu Xing, the old man of House Yu, came to the dining room and sat in the main seat. He also got the news from Yu Yi that Yu Shan was a traitor. "Grandpa, where's Lin Yi?" Yu Ning didn't feel that something was wrong with the atmosphere. She was immersed in the happiness of reuniting with Lin Yi, and now that her grandpa came and Lin Yi wasn't here, she felt that it was strange. "Lin Yi has left," the old man said faintly. "Old ancestor," Yu said faintly, "don't think about him anymore. You and him are from two different worlds. I've talked to him, and he has his own girlfriend. You're just a normal friend. Don't think too much about it." "Ah. That's impossible." Yu Ning was shocked after listening to her grandpa's words. When she was in the hotel room, she could clearly feel Lin Yi's feelings for her. When they held hands, she could also feel Lin Yi's feelings for her. How could she treat him as an ordinary friend? Grandpa didn't agree, that's why he was talking nonsense. Yu Ning felt very angry and wronged. Why did Grandpa still not agree to the relationship between her and Lin Yi? Grandpa was already treating Lin Yi with a lot of respect. What was wrong with all this? "Nothing is impossible," the old man waved his hand. "Old ancestor," Yu waved his hand. "Ning, I'll talk to you about you and Lin Yi alone after the meal. We need to talk about something else now." "Oh. Okay." Yu Ning nodded and sat there with the beast in her arms. She didn't have the appetite to eat anymore. Although the hidden house Yu's dinner was very sumptuous, at this moment, no one had the appetite to eat, especially Yu Xiaozhong and Yu Shan. Both of their foreheads were sweating. "Yu Shan, you've done well, haven't you? Colluding with Zhao Qibing to kidnap your sister? Are you still a part of House Yu?" Old ancestor Yu changed the topic and looked at Yu Shan, his tone sharp. "Ah. Yu Shan heard the old man's question and knew that his plan was exposed. It was futile to try to escape now. Zhao Qibing had probably confessed, and there was no point in hiding anymore. His psychological defense was broken, and he knew that things weren't going well. Chapter 2681. "Father, is there some kind of misunderstanding?" Xiaozhong was shocked and quickly tried to explain for his son. "Yu Shan is a cripple, how could he do something like this?" "Cripple? It's because he's a cripple that he's holding grudges, right?" Elder Yu said faintly. "Yu Yi, play the hidden Elder Mian's phone number for them." "Yes." After Rain heard it, she took out a recording pen and began to play the phone recording inside. "Qibing has confessed, Yu Shan hated Lin Yi, so he set this up." Elder Mian's voice came from the recording pen. "Impossible, that's impossible." Zhao Qibing doesn't know about Yu Ning and Lin Yi. Yu Shan screamed, and it wasn't me who set this up, it was him, he told me to do it. I have a recording here too, I've saved the evidence. Yu Shan. Yu Xiaozhong heard Yu Shan's words, it didn't matter if Yu Shan had set it up or not, he was definitely a partaker in it. He was an accomplice in this kidnapping case, and Yu Shan really wasn't going to escape this time. Yu Ba, take him away, I don't want to see him again. Elder Yu didn't ask about the details and waved his hand, letting Yu Ba take Yu Shan away. It was enough as long as Yu Shan was involved, it didn't matter if it was Zhao Qibing's idea or Yu Shan's, put him under house arrest first, feed the servants leftovers every day, as long as he doesn't starve to death. Yes. Yu Ba nodded. Yu Shan was taken away, and he wasn't willing to accept it. If it was done, Lin Yi would cry, and House Yu would fall, and he wouldn't care. Even if he died, it would be a worthy death. But now, he wasn't willing. Yu Xiaozhong's face was ashen. He sat there in silence. You guys eat, I don't feel like eating anymore. I came here to tell you this news, Yu Xiaozhong, you don't have to be responsible for the family's affairs anymore, just focus on your training. Elder Yu waved his hand and said faintly. Yes. Father. Xiaozhong knew that his position in House Yu was finished, and it was already good enough that he could keep his training resources. He could only sigh. It seemed like his bloodline would not have any chance of competing in the future. Yu Ning, come with me, old ancestor Yu said as he stood up. Oh. Yu Ning followed old ancestor Yu out of the banquet hall and went to a small room on the side. Ning, sit. Elder Yu gestured for her to sit. I'll tell you about Lin Yi. Yu Ning nodded and looked at Elder Yu expectantly. You and Lin Yi, I think you know that it's impossible. Let's not talk about your future first. He was going to walk an unusual path, even now. Lin Yi already has several wives. Do you still want to join in the fun? House Yu's old ancestor wanted to use this conversation to completely cut off the relationship between Yu Ning and Lin Yi. He understood that it was better to let it go than to block it, and now he couldn't block it anymore. With Lin Yi's strength, he couldn't do anything to him anymore. Grandpa. Don't you have several wives as well? What's wrong with that? Yu Ning blinked and asked curiously. Cough cough cough. Old ancestor Yu remembered that Yu Ning had lived in the hidden house Yu since she was young. Other than training, she never left the house. She heard and saw everything in the hidden house Yu, so she wouldn't care about this. He was wrong. But he still said, oh, even if it's nothing, you should know that for the big plan in the future, you have to keep your virginity. Otherwise, it will bring disaster to the hidden house Yu. Moreover, this isn't a good thing for Lin Yi. The current Lin Yi, although he can look down on the hidden houses, is definitely not the opponent of the big plan. If he goes against the people from that place, it will be a dead end. You don't want to harm others and yourself, and let Lin Yi and that place become enemies, right? Yu Ning was silent. Although she didn't know the details of the future plan, because of her own future, she knew some of it. The one who made this plan was a powerful sect, even more powerful than the ancient sections. This was also the reason why the hidden house Yu had developed so fast in these years. So what old ancestor Yu said might not be completely perfunctory and deceptive. Of course, Yu Ning didn't know that even if it wasn't for her, Lin Yi and that place already had a deep hatred. Even if they didn't provoke Lin Yi, one day, Lin Yi would still kill them. So Yu Ning nodded, but she was unwilling, but, I can keep some distance from him, I won't cross the last step. You know, but does Lin Yi know? You guys are like firewood and fire, if something unexpected happens, then it's all over. Old ancestor Yu shook his head and said, moreover, does that place know? What would they think if they saw it? They will definitely kill Lin Yi to prevent future trouble. This. Yu Ning was silent again. Yes, what if that place killed Lin Yi indiscriminately? So, if you don't want to hurt Lin Yi, then don't have anything to do with him anymore, old ancestor, you said. Oh. After that plan, can I be with him? Yu Ning asked unwillingly. Let's talk about that plan later, we don't know what will happen, old ancestor, you didn't answer the question directly. Okay, I wanted to ask Lin Yi to help me look at this spirit beast. He seems to be very good at raising spirit beasts. Yu Bingbro also said that he could ask Lin Yi for help. Yu Ning raised the spirit beast in her hand and said. Oh. Old ancestor Yu's eyes flashed a light. He hesitated for a moment, looked at the spirit beast in Lin Yi's arms, estimated the time to start the plan, and then said reluctantly, okay, I will invite Lin Yi to be a guest in the near future, but you should not contact him in private. Okay, thank you, Grandpa. Yu Ning listened to her grandpa's words and suddenly became very happy. She thought that she wouldn't be able to see Lin Yi for a long time in the future. Moreover, this time, although Grandpa gave a clear answer to whether or not she could be with Lin Yi after the plan was completed, it meant that there was hope. How could Yu Ning not be happy? What made Yu Ning feel strange was that Grandpa didn't seem to care much about his spirit beast's injury before, but this time, why did he suddenly care so much? Chapter 2682. Actually, this was Yu Ning's misunderstanding. It wasn't that old Yu didn't care, but it was useless even if he cared. He had no way. This spirit beast was traded from Qianshan sect at a high price. It had been with Yu Ning since it was young. If there were any problems, old Yu would know. Even the Qianshan sect, which specialized in raising spirit beasts, couldn't do anything about it. What did old Yu have to do? He wouldn't waste any more time. But the situation was different this time. Lin Yi was able to kidnap the spirit beast of Qianshan sect and even increase his strength. There was no way House Yu's old ancestor wouldn't be moved. Maybe Lin Yi really had a way to deal with this. Besides, this spirit beast was very important to Yu Ning. Old Yu knew it better than anyone. He didn't have a way before, but now he had a way. Even if he had to beg Lin Yi, he could only accept it. It was already midnight when Lin Yi got back to Donghai. He packed up Kai Gang and went to bed. He didn't care about Zhao Qibing and the hidden House Yu at all. It didn't matter much to him whether or not the two families fell out with each other. The next morning, Lin Yi was telling Meng Yao, Yushu, Han Jingjing, and Xin Yan about what happened last night. Lin Yi's phone rang. He picked it up. It was Boss Bai. Lin Yi quickly picked it up. Master Bai, you're looking for me. Lil Yi, I've found some information about your special constitution. Boss Bai sounded very excited. Also, there's news about the solution. Oh. Really? That's great. What's the news? Lin Yi was pleasantly surprised as he asked. Ugh. It's just news. Boss Bai smiled bitterly, aren't you being too anxious? So it's just news. Lin Yi smiled bitterly, feeling that he was too excited. It's good enough that there is news, and the news is very reliable. I only found a bit of news after reading a lot of ancient books that I brought out of the sect. Boss Bai explained. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Bai. What is this news? Lin Yi said gratefully. Lin Yi. If it's possible, we need to go to Zhang Liju's tomb again. His research in this area should be stored on the bookshelf in his tomb. Bai Boss said. Oh. Was this Zhang Liju's research? It's not in the notes. Lin Yi paused, not expecting to have to go to Zhang Liju's tomb. Nope, the notes are only notes about elixir. It's Master Liju's most important book, but a refiner might have multiple notes in their lifetime. For example, notes on strange things. Your constitution belongs to this category, Boss Bai explained. I see. Then this should be done as soon as possible. When are we going? Lin Yi was getting anxious after hearing that there was a way to solve his constitution problem. Any time is fine, this weekend. Then you can make the arrangements and we'll go together, Boss Bai said. Alright, I'll make the arrangements, Lin Yi nodded excitedly. What? Something good happened. Why are you so happy? Meng Yao looked at the happy Lin Yi and asked. Lin Yi had been telling her about what happened last night. Although Meng Yao didn't say anything, she was a bit troubled by the fact that Lin Yi suddenly had a first love. Why was there another first love? However, Wang Xinyan didn't say anything. She just listened quietly, as if she didn't show much jealousy towards Yu Ning's appearance. In fact, Wang Xinyan understood her position very well. She knew that every day she spent with Lin Yi was one day less. If Lin Yi didn't have the ability to fight against the ancient sects, then she would still have to marry Kong Xiaolong. So, this was already a good deal. It wasn't worth it to be jealous because of a first love. Xinyan didn't have that much time to think about these things. Master Bai has found a way to solve my constitution problem. I might be able to make elixirs in the future. Lin Yi didn't hide anything. He was familiar with everyone here, and Han Xiaoqiao had long since gone back to his car to read after breakfast. He wasn't interested in Lin Yi's adventures at all. He was a complete bookworm. Oh. So that's how it is. Meng Yao nodded. Then I have to congratulate you. Now you can see Xiao Xiao sooner. To be honest, I quite miss her. Xiao Xiao and Meng Yao had been enemies before, but the relationship between the two was very deep. Meng Yao hoped that she could come back soon. But I still have to go to Zhang Liju's tomb. I don't know if I can find a way or if I can make it happen. Everything is still unknown. Lin Yi shrugged. Although the news was exciting, it was hard to say whether or not the notes were in the tomb. It's always good to have hope, Meng Yao smiled. Yeah, Lin Yi big bro is so strong. It'll be fine. Han Jingjing was a firm supporter of Lin Yi. Strong or not, it has nothing to do with whether or not Zhang Liju left the notes. Lin Yi smiled. Anyways, I think it'll be fine, Han Jingjing said. Meng Yao found it strange sometimes. Just what made Han Jingjing trust Lin Yi so much? Last time, Han Jingjing was on the verge of death, but she still kept Lin Yi's secret. At first, she and Shu suspected that Han Jingjing had some ulterior motive for Lin Yi, but now it seemed that even if she did have ulterior motives, it was enough for Lin Yi to trust her and cherish her. At least, Meng Yao was very willing to let Han Jingjing and Lin Yi be together. This girl had nothing to do with the world, and she worshipped Lin Yi a lot. Meng Yao would be at ease if she was at home. There was no way she'd cause any trouble. After breakfast, the group went to school. After reaching school, Lin Yi planned to call Xiaoke, but the moment the call went through, Lin Yi suddenly remembered his identity. He was Lin Yi, not a male thief. But since the call went through, Lin Yi decided to tease Xiaoke a little. It was rare that Lin Yi was in a good mood today. Hello. Lin Yi. What's up? Xiaoke picked up the phone. Her head hurt, but she couldn't ignore it. She complained in her heart. Hadn't her brother told Lin Yi everything yet? Why was he still calling her? Chapter 2683. Today was May 20th, a holiday that wasn't considered a holiday. At least on 520 and 521 every year, it was a day for lovers to date or finally get married. It was said that on this day, couples would form a long line to register their marriage. Lin Yi had been in Songshan for more than 2 months. He had just recovered from Ma Zhu's injury. Early in the morning, Lin Yi arrived at school, but he realized that today's school was different from the past. On the school field, there were actually students who hung up banners and slogans. Lin Yi took a closer look. It actually wrote, 520, Heartbeat Memories, Confession Before Graduation. Lin Yi was slightly stunned. He was about to find someone to ask, but he suddenly raised his head and saw the dean, Wang Jifeng. So, Lin Yi quickly waved his hand. Dean Wang, good morning. Are you free? I have something to ask you. Ah, Lin Yi classmate, what's up? Wang Jifeng saw that it was Lin Yi and quickly walked over to ask. What's going on in school? Is there some kind of activity? Lin Yi asked. Oh, today is May 20th, 520, which also means I love you. Every year, when the senior students graduate, they will spontaneously have a pre-graduation confession. This tradition has been going on for many years. At first, it was because of the popularity of a game called Heartbeat Memories, so the students will confess to the boy or girl they have a crush on the eve of graduation. Wang Jifeng explained. Lin Yi transferred here halfway, so it was normal that he didn't know the school's tradition. Oh. If that's the case, then the school doesn't interfere. Lin Yi was a bit surprised. He didn't think that Wang Jifeng would actually not interfere with this kind of student confession activity. Ah, it's considered a tradition. Also, this activity only allows graduating students to participate. Non-graduating students are not allowed to participate. Wang Jifeng smiled and said, Student Lin Yi, I'm not an unenlightened person. You should understand that. It's just that I'm strict with the students for their own good. Now that I was about to graduate, there were only a few days left before the college entrance examination. I naturally wouldn't interfere with such an event. After all, holding such an event at this time wouldn't affect my studies. Instead, it would help me relax. To relieve the pressure before the college entrance examination, whether the confession was successful or not, it was the best memory of a person's life. First love was always unforgettable, and I wouldn't be a sinner in vain. These students will regret it years from now. I see. Lin Yi nodded to show that he understood. Wang Jifeng was not an unenlightened person, or else he would not have found a lover. It seemed that the student's fear of him was misunderstood. Student Lin Yi, you can also participate in this activity. In order to facilitate the smooth progress of this activity, classes will be suspended in the afternoon. There will also be a day off tomorrow. Wang Jifeng said, tomorrow, there will be a spontaneous traditional activity. Couples who successfully confessed will go on a trip together. Of course, those who didn't succeed, as long as both parties are willing, they can also participate. The school is organizing this for the good of everyone. It's to prevent these couples who have just confessed from doing something unexpected before the college entrance examination. As the dean, my responsibility is to guide the students' views on love and values. Everyone will graduate soon, so I can't say much. I can only guarantee that before the college entrance examination, everyone can behave. Some things can't be rushed. If it affects the college entrance examination, it will be a big deal. As for after the college entrance examination, you will be a university student. Some universities can even get married, so why should I interfere? After listening to Director Wang Jifeng's words, for the first time, Lin Yi felt that this person's image was very tall. Although he had some small shortcomings, he was serious and responsible for teaching students, which made Lin Yi very moved. Director Wang, with a dean like you in the school, no wonder the first senior high school's results have always been among the best. It's really not easy to achieve the results of a private school like this. Hee hee. Wang Jifeng listened to Lin Yi's praise and grinned. It was not easy to make Lin Yi flatter him. Since Lin Yi knew his privacy, there was no need for Lin Yi to flatter him. Therefore, what Lin Yi said at this time must be true. How could Wang Jifeng not be happy? Director Wang, I will talk to Uncle Chu. You are a serious and responsible dean. Lin Yi said. Ha, Lin Yi classmate, thank you very much. Wang Jifeng was overjoyed. This sentence from Lin Yi could very well increase Wang Jifeng's salary. Lin Yi originally wanted to go to the school building, but after thinking about it, he turned around and left the school. He went to a flower shop near the school and ordered a bouquet of flowers. He was going to confess to Tang Yun in the afternoon. Although Lin Yi gave Tang Yun a ring before this kind of confession activity before graduation, Lin Yi still wanted to participate. Wang Jifeng was right. This was a beautiful memory before graduation. Although Lin Yi believed that he and Tang Yun could walk the path of love for the rest of their lives, the more memories, the better. However, Lin Yi suddenly remembered that Meng Yao and Shu didn't need Lin Yi to accompany them this morning. They went to school by themselves and picked up Tang Yun. Could it be that they already knew about this 520 heartbeat memory activity before graduation? They were also going to confess to someone else. Lin Yi shook his head. He didn't think that Meng Yao would confess to someone else. There must be something else. In fact, Meng Yao sent Lin Yi away because she didn't want Yushu to say anything. This girl had been nagging Meng Yao for the whole night. Meng Yao couldn't sleep well at all. Yao Yao sis, this is a confession before graduation. If you don't grab this opportunity, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Yushu continued, there is only one chance. If Tang Yun gets it first, we won't have a chance anymore. What do you mean we? If you want to confess, you can do it yourself. Why drag me into it? I already said that I am grateful to Lin Yi, but gratitude doesn't mean that I like him. Meng Yao said. Yao Yao sis, you don't mean what you say. Yushu said. Whatever you say. It's your mouth anyway, Meng Yao said. Yao Yao sis is guilty. Otherwise, if Shu said anything, you would have torn Shu's mouth apart. Yushu said. Are you asking for a beating? Meng Yao reached out her hand and pretended to hit Yushu. Chapter 2684. You go play with Tang Yun, don't drag me along, Meng Yao said, troubled. Aw, Yao Yao sis, how did you know I was talking about you? You must have something in your heart, that's why you said it, Yushu said, surprised. Tang Yun is here, Meng Yao pointed not far away and said helplessly. Oh. Yushu raised her head and saw Tang Yun walking over. She closed her mouth helplessly. Tang Yun, be polite when she's here. You promised me that you will be friends with her, Meng Yao reminded Yushu. Okay, I got it. I won't attack her, but it's hard to change if you change your attitude all of a sudden. Yushu said. Tang Yun walked over and opened the car door, surprised. She didn't expect Meng Yao to be the driver and not Lin Yi. Why? It's you guys. Where's Lin Yi? Lin Yi left first today, Shu and I will pick you up, Meng Yao said. Isn't today the school's traditional confession day? Shu wants to confess to Lin Yi, she wants to ask if you're okay with it. Aw. She wants to confess to Lin Yi. Tang Yun froze, she didn't know how to react to Meng Yao's question, then. Then why are you telling me? You're Lin Yi's girlfriend, so I need to ask for your opinion. Meng Yao didn't know if the question was for herself or for Shu, but she treated it as a question for Shu. Some things could only come out of her mouth when asked by someone else. This is her freedom. It would be a lie to say that Tang Yun didn't know that Meng Yao and Yushu liked Lin Yi. Tang Yun saw how much they cared for Lin Yi when Lin Yi was injured by Ma Zhu. Plus, when Lin Yi wanted to go back to West Star Village, Meng Yao also decided to go with him. If Tang Yun didn't notice anything, she would be too insensitive. She was a girl, and there were some things that she understood more than Lin Yi. Although Meng Yao had always said that she didn't like Lin Yi, Tang Yun felt that even if she didn't like him, she would still have feelings for Lin Yi, and Yushu would definitely like Lin Yi. Although she already knew about it, she didn't know how to respond to Ming Yao's words. She was also a traditional girl. How could she accept all of this at once? As a result, she wasn't able to go back to Star West Village with Lin Yi. She was a little disappointed, but at the same time relieved at the same time. After all, Meng Yao and Yushu couldn't go back with them. In school, Lin Yi was only Ming Yao's follower and bodyguard, but in what capacity would they be able to stay by Lin Yi's side after returning to Star West Village? They might have been friends at first, but as time went by, they became friends. They would definitely become lovers. Would Tang Yun accept it or not? If they didn't accept it, could they chase them back? Of course not. Tang Yun could only accept it. Even though she was mentally prepared, Tang Yun still felt conflicted. Alright, Yun, I was just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Shu is like this, always saying that she likes Lin Yi. But if she really liked Lin Yi, she would have done something with Lin Yi a long time ago. A man and a woman living together in a villa. Do you think they would still be like this? Meng Yao was just testing Tang Yun. Seeing that Tang Yun didn't know what to do, she changed the topic with a smile. Oh. I know. Tang Yun nodded. Although she was relieved, she still felt that there was something wrong. Was Meng Yao just comforting her? However, Tang Yun had already prepared for the worst. Some things, the more you rejected, the more problems there would be. It was better to let nature take its course. Lin Yi's choice was Tang Yun's choice. Tang Yun got in the car. Meng Yao started the car and drove to a gift shop. What are we doing here? Tang Yun asked curiously. Shu is going to confess to Lin Yi in the afternoon. Yun, do you want to get one too? Meng Yao asked. Me? I don't think so. Tang Yun forced a smile. She was Lin Yi's girlfriend, but she had to confess to Lin Yi with Yushu. She felt conflicted no matter what. She might as well not confess at all. Oh, Shu, just buy a card then, don't buy any gifts, Meng Yao said to Yushu, noticing Tang Yun's disappointment. Oh. Yushu listened to Meng Yao this time. She didn't say anything and went to the gift shop. After a while, she came back with a red card with a big heart on it. Tang Yun pretended that she didn't see it. She was silent on the way to school. She didn't say anything when she reached school. She just walked to class 9 quietly. Looking at Tang Yun's back, Meng Yao felt her heart ache. She shouldn't have let Shu continue like this. She snatched the card from Yushu's hand. Yao, what are you doing? Yushu asked curiously, startled. You don't have to give this card. You can confess any time you want. You don't have to do it today, Meng Yao said. Oh. Yushu was a little depressed. Small wives don't have human rights. You know you are a small wife now. Can't you be more obedient? Small wives don't have human rights in front of the big wife. Meng Yao humphed. Then Yao, if you admit that you are the big wife, I'll listen to you. Yushu said. Then I'll admit it reluctantly. Meng Yao said casually. Oh, recording finished. Yushu raised the recording pen in her hand happily. I'll play it for Shield Bro, he doesn't know that I'm talking about his big wife. Meng Yao curled her lips. Doesn't he know now? You confessed without being pressed. Yushu said. Meng Yao was speechless. She snatched the recording pen from Yushu's hand. I'll let you record it. Yushu's joy turned to sorrow. Meng Yao passed the heart-shaped card to Lin Yi, asking Lin Yi to give it to Tang Yun in the afternoon. Lin Yi was a little puzzled. The miss went out so early in the morning just to buy a card for him. Wasn't her concern for him a little out of the ordinary? In the afternoon, the school field became extremely lively. However, Basically, the third-year students stood separately according to their respective classes. Although there were many people watching the fun, there were still very few who actually went on the stage to confess to the person they liked in front of the whole grade.